T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and then. You sound good. Discovery Houston, negative return. Copy, negative return.
Me bunny bunch of roses, oh!
Come down, ye blood red roses, come down.
It's time for us to roll and go.
Come down, ye blood red roses, come down. Oh, ye pinks and posies, come down, ye blood red roses, come down.
We're bound away around Cape Horn.
Come down, ye blood red roses, come down.
We wish to have you ain't never been born.
Come down, ye blood red roses, come down. Oh, ye pinks and posies, come down, ye blood red roses, come down.
Me boots and clothes are all in a pawn.
Come down, ye blood red roses, come down.
And it's bleeding drafty around Cape Horn.
Come down, ye blood red roses, come down. Oh, ye pinks and posies, come down, ye blood red roses, come down.
'Tis growl ye may, but go ye
Come
must.
down, ye blood-red roses, come down.
If ye growl too hard, your head will
Come
bust.
down, ye blood-red roses, come down. Oh, ye pinks and posies, come down, ye blood-red roses, come down.
Them Spanish skulls are pulling strong.
Come down, ye blood-red roses, come down.
Hang down, me boys, it won't take
Come
long.
down, ye blood-red roses, come down. Oh, ye pinks and posies, come down, ye blood-red roses, come down.
Just one more pull and that'll do.
Come down, ye blood-red roses, come down.
Where the bullies fought to kick her through.
Come down, ye blood-red roses, come down. Oh, ye pinks and posies, come down, ye blood-red roses, come down. Oh, ye pinks and posies, come down, ye blood-red roses, come down.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Screw 'em! Good morning, good morning, good morning. There is a little bit of a mystery here in my title and the song today. There's a little bit of mystery. I have reason to believe that he who likes to make riddles may have a riddle to solve. That's all I'm going to say. Tweet me the answer. He who riddles. How you guys doing today? Danny, congratulations. Nosa, good morning. Good morning, JP. JP, it's been a hot minute. Good to see you, buddy. Active, good morning. It's okay. If you didn't get it, maybe it wasn't meant for you. Maybe it wasn't meant for you. It's okay if you didn't get it. I'm going to clean my glasses here and we're going to dive into the numbers today, guys. I think dilution for AMC is bad news. Yeah, I was privy to this idea that dilution was the way starting to become the new narrative, and I'm telling you right now, that's not the way. You can go back and you can look at what happened with GME. There was actually shares reduction before they went up in price. Not share dilution, share reduction, meaning shares were taken off the market before they ripped, like a month and a half before. So share dilution is not the way. How do you get a squeeze? You get a squeeze by tying up the float. How do you not tie up the float? You add more shares. It's a simple story. It's really, really simple. Supply and demand. If there's no demand, if there's not enough demand to meet the supply, then you have an air bubble, right? And that bubble has to be filled. We've been filling the bubble since June. There was share dilution in June. We're filling the bubble. If you want to fill the bubble some more, share dilution is the way. No, more shares weren't added. Let's see here. Let me update Fidelity real quick here because, of course, you know me. Never prepared in advance to have Fidelity ready to go in the mornings. Oops. Let me get my two-factor authentication. Not a bad idea. Always good to have yourself extra protected. Let's take a look at our numbers today, guys. Oh man, boy was I off yesterday. Boy was I off yesterday. Look at that. Those are the winners from last week. Eric was the winner from last week. Everybody else tied. I got to reset these points, but let me tell you who guessed what. First of all, I had 18 to 21. boy was I off. I was the only one that went really, really high. I had a feeling. I got to stop listening to those feelings. I need to go with my gut. Stop going with these like rando feelings. I need to go with my gut. 18 to 21 is what I was kind of thinking was going to be the price range, and it went down instead of up. Eric had 15 to 18, so he got a point. Keto had 1578 to 1878, no point there. And man, Monty missed it by a narrow margin. He had 1535 to 1835, and it ended up being 1521. Narrow margin. Eric being the only one to pull out a point. Let's reset the numbers because those are all last week's numbers. Eric saving us from getting a missed call for the day. Man. All right. That stunk. I got to do better today. I need to do better. Make better choices. Let's see here. True Demons data. MOASS trigger data. Let's check it out. Our short exempt volume was 77.6 thousand, so way down. Utilization. Wait for it. Oh, we're not even looking at the right stock, by the way. That's not the right stock. Hold on a second. Hold on. Getting there. I was doing work last night. All right, here we go. Utilization 100. That is our 20th day in a row. 20th day, 20th trading day, which means it's over a month, right? Because in a month, there's only 5 times 4, so there's 20 days in a. Yeah, no, that's a month. That's a month worth of data. We have had a month officially today with 100% utilization. I hadn't thought about that going into today. And price day for the day was down 8.21%, which is really darn close to what it was day-over-day price decrease from last Friday. I really didn't think that they would trip SSR yesterday. I thought it would come maybe this Wednesday, but they tripped both GME and AMC SSR in the same day. Let's see here. All right, moving on to off exchange. Really low numbers in the off exchange yesterday. I still really strongly believe that that a big player, either a big player or maybe a few small players, have stopped trading AMC in the dark pools. I don't know who. I don't know why. I don't know any of those answers. I can't tell you. All I know is that our off exchange only had 43.88% put into it, and we dropped 8%, but retail was buying. Somebody sold. Number one, somebody in retail sold. I can tell you that yesterday. I don't know who, but somebody in retail sold shares. Number two, I can tell you that somebody is no longer putting as many shares through the off exchange as they have in the past. The numbers have drastically been changing since last week, which tells me that a key player is out. A key player or players is out of the game. So I don't know how much longer that's going to take before we see the results of that from the key players being out of the game, but my guess is that systemically, the reason why we're seeing BBBY ripping when it started ripping is because of some things, some issues like that. Why we see some of these other stocks starting to rip. But 43.88% on the off exchange, almost 10% down from, well, all right, I'm being a little over dramatic there. So 43, 44, 6, 7, like 7% down. It's a little more than 7% down, 7.5% down from what our 30-day average is insane, especially on a day where we drop 8.21%. The CBOE EDGX, on the other hand, is still very high, which tells me that market makers are likely, is it market makers? Let me think about that. I'm not going to say market makers. I'm going to change my mind on that. Somebody who's shifting price discovery into the ETFs is still doing it, and still doing it really heavily because it's higher than our 30-day average at 13.29. So there's that. Moving down to Ortex, you'll see that our estimated current short share interest of the free float is at 20.69. We do tend to see short interest drop just before big price increases. It is dropping from, what was it, like 22 almost, not too long ago. We'll take a look at the numbers here in a minute. Top right hand side of the page, institutional share ownership, 187.9 million shares as of yesterday. Let's check and see what it is today. I think this is the gray period. We're going to have like a period of time where there's no reporting and this number is not going to change for a while, just because we're in between reporting periods. So 187.9 million has not changed yet again. And let's check Max Payne. I'm gonna guess that Max Payne is 17. 17 indeed it is. Last but not least, let's take a look at those options. Lottery ticket winners down here at the bottom at a $40 strike price. Yesterday there was 8.3, now there is 9.6. Highest amount of open interest on the call side is at a $20 strike price. Yesterday there was 13.2 thousand contracts. Today there's 15.3. On the puts, what are you calling up puts? On the puts, it's a real it's kind of close between a couple of them, but one clearly stands out at $19. Yesterday there was 8.2 thousand contracts. Today it's still 8.2. Those positions have not closed. You can almost guarantee that if we're going to see the stock price run up, a lot of those will dump out, and then we'll see a new clear winner at a lower strike price, perhaps maybe around like, I don't know, 17, if I had to guess. Maybe even as low as 16 or 15 and a half. But as it stands right now, between the highest amounts of volume in calls versus puts, it's signaling for a close between 19 and 20 for the end of the week. And there's only a dollar difference, signaling for like 19.50 by the end of the week. That will change every single day. So we'll look at the dailies later. Let me move a couple screens over. Let's take a look at Ortex. Give it one more refresh here. There's your utilization at 100% for 20 straight days in a row. That line is looking pretty large. Pretty large. Here's your on loan amount, taking a little bit more of a dip. When on loan amount dips, on loan average age per day dips as well. So we should see a little dip in that. Oh, but it didn't. It didn't dip. We went from 125.71 million shares on loan to 124. Are these updated date? Yeah, this is all updated. Very, very interesting. 125.71 to 124.05 million. So we lost about 1.7 million shares on loan, and yet our average age per day continued to shoot up. That's really huge for a sign of strength for us. A little surprising, honestly. Very, very surprising. Super old loans. And here's our Ortex's reported short interest of the free float. Here's back when we were up at 21.59. You know what? I just showed you guys all that and you didn't see it. Dang it. My bad. There's your utilization. Super long line. Here's your on loan amount dipping a little bit. Sorry about that, guys. Here's your on loan average age per day coming back up. And here's your Ortex's estimated short share interest of the free float. Sorry about that. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME, as far as volume goes this morning, not making it to the top 10 list. GME is number 12. So we're definitely getting some activity in GME. AMC in 24th. GME is currently ended the day yesterday with an 87% buy to 13% sell ratio. Huge amounts of support for buying activity on GME. That's really amazing. AMC also having really high levels of buy to sell volume with 77% buying to 23% selling. Super, super good. SSR is on for the day today. If it were to trigger again, we would have to hit 1369. Shares available to borrow. Ooh, somebody borrowed them all when we weren't looking. Oh, man. Well, I don't know what it was. I'm going to have to go into the end of the day from yesterday and take a look, but I have no idea how many shares were there, but they borrowed them all. So we'll get that reported to you here. I'll take a look in just a minute. Actually, let me do it right now. I just don't want to forget about this. One second here. I gotta find it because this is kind of important data to know. All right, so at the end of the day yesterday, we had about 850,000 shares. So I'm going to call it 850,000 shares. They could have returned more throughout the day, but we know for a fact that there was at least 850,000 shares at market an hour before market close yesterday. There's a very strong chance that they may have added more shares back in there before borrowing them all. But you can see, according to Stonko Tracker, that they definitely borrowed 100% of all the shares that were there. So I'm going to call it 850,000. Okay, so there's that. 1.7. Okay, it looks like we're about 2.36. I'm just going to call it an even 2.35. Yesterday there was 1.35 million shares having been borrowed. It was a very low borrow day yesterday. Today is at 2.35 already. All right, moving on. 2.21 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 12.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. Our out of the money calls is still staying under 100K, which is good. Don't want to see that over 100. The Nasdaq is down 3.62, Dow Jones is down 2.38, and the S&P 500 is down 2.95. We currently have, actually, I'm not going to read any of that. Why did I don't know why. I'm just so used to doing this, guys. I don't know why I did that. None of this data is accurate. Everything I just told you is not accurate. The only reason I even pull this up in the morning is so I can see how the eastern side of the world reacted to the markets from yesterday and how that's going to lead into our reaction for the day today. I don't know. These are all yesterday's numbers that I just read to you. China is down 1.3. Shanghai was down 2.35. Hang Seng was down 1.39. So most of the Asian markets over here were down like 2.5, like anywhere from 1.5 to 2.5% down. Europe, on the other hand, Europe and some other markets were not as bad. They were actually green by somewhere like 0.5% to 1%. So kind of mixed reviews in the world. I would suggest that we would probably be more like Europe. And just based off of looking at the pre-market as it stands right now, it does appear to be the case. We're looking green. We've got IWM up 1%, Tesla up 1.21, Amazon up 0.28, Cinemark up 2.99, Doge is up 1.89, Bitcoin is up 2.22, GameStop is up 1.67, Hood is up 1.4, and AMC is up 1.51% in the pre-market. Yesterday's inflow versus outflow. At one point, we had a 10 million spread with more outflow than inflow. but the final number is falling on 6 million more in outflow. We are trading 41,000 shares so far this morning. 41,000 shares, not very much, but that's going to increase before our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume. On the daily, just looking at Vortex Indicator and RSI, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 37.99. On the hourly, I'm going to say equal amounts of buying and selling pressure and RSI at 37.34. On a 30-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 43.83, and on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 52.97, which is right down the middle. For those of you who are new to the channel, when I read off RSI, we're looking for numbers between 30 and 70%. That's the range. Anything over 70% means that its stock is overbought. Anything under 30% means that it's oversold. So if the numbers start to reach into those territories, you can expect to see a reversal. You don't know how long, but it's, there should be a reversal at some point. So, for example, on the daily, RSI is at 37.99, getting kind of low. Don't have to see a reversal just yet, but it's definitely signaling below average. On the hourly, average being 50%. On the hourly, that one's 37.34. I think those are our two lowest ones. Yeah, those are our two lowest numbers, the hourly and the daily. Most of the smaller indicators are closer to center. Or not smaller indicators, smaller intervals. I had an offer yesterday. I went into a space call. I don't know. I don't know why I'm even telling you guys this. I'm just gonna throw it out there, I guess. It's news to me, because that's what we do now. Is we kind of cover news usually. News to me. I walked into a space call yesterday. Ouch. And Froggy was in there. Froggy Styles was in there and offered me a chance to go on his show and just talk, I guess, do a collaboration. And I thought that was cool. I'm not really that kind of I like being the interviewer. I really would prefer to be the interviewer than necessarily than being the interviewed. I'd almost rather have him come on our show and interview him. Salty says he heard a bit of the space call. Yeah, I didn't talk in that space call at all. I hadn't even asked to go up to the top. I just waved and held up peace signs and hearts and stuff. Let me look at your questions here, guys. But I don't know if he offered and I said that I would do it. I'm a man of my word, so I'll probably end up doing it. But I would much rather have him come on the show and us interview him. I'm not calling out dates, Sammy. I'm not calling out dates. Whoa, whoa, Sammy. Hold up. I called out dates. I didn't call out any dates. Wait. I gotta go back up here and see what was said. Hold on. We got our panties in a bundle here. Why did we leg up each time after there was share offerings? I don't believe that to be the case, Einstein. I really don't believe that to be the case. But initially when there is buying pressure at the market, you will tend to see leg ups. However, that doesn't necessarily mean MOASS. Why? Because again, it's expansion of the balloon, right? It's creating more elasticity inside the balloon, which means that it just gives them more ammunition to be able to continue to manipulate the stock. So in regards to whether or not, what would you rather see, Einstein? This is a question I want you to ask yourself. Would you rather see a leg up that comes back down again, or would you rather see MOASS? Because if what you're here for is MOASS, then share dilution is just a leg up, right? And if you get a leg up out of it, guess what? That's just allowing somebody who's a day trader of this stock or somebody who wants to get out of this stock after a small gain to get out of this stock. That's what some people are suggesting. I can almost guarantee you that some of the reasons why people are wanting share dilution right now is because they want out of this stock. And they don't care at what price, they just want it to be higher than what it was that they got in at. They just want to get out at something more than what it is right now because they're locked in. They're locked in at this point, and they don't want to be locked in any longer, and they want to get out at something higher than what they got locked in at. And I can guarantee you right now they want out. And that's why they're saying share dilution. They're saying share dilution, we need a leg up. I don't want in this play anymore. I'm done. I actually have it from one of the people who specifically is pushing this narrative of share dilution, their own words from their own texting that they are not in this for a squeeze. Their own words. I'll read them to you. I'm not going to say who it is. I'm not going to do that. But I will read you their exact words. It was all I needed to hear. I was shocked. Absolutely shocked when I read this. These are their words. Short squeeze, period. There is no short squeeze, bud, period. There never was, period. Those are their words in text, and if I have to post them eventually, I will to out them. But this person is simply in here spreading this information that dilution is the way because they don't believe in a squeeze. And they just want to get out on a leg up. That's it. It's the only reason why they're pushing this. The only reason. And it pisses me off because it's a disservice to what it is that we're here for. I've read, Peter, that there are some instances where share dilution could potentially occur under certain rule, where AMC would be allowed to issue a certain amount of shares under a certain percentage without shareholder approval. I don't think that we'll see that happen. Nosa says, are you sure utilization is not a fixed image pasted on your screen? It's burned in. It's burned in, Nosa. It's not going away. It might be. Justin says, if hedgies get margin called, they could choose to cover. No, Justin, hedge funds don't cover. Covering is a margin call. Closing is what you mean. And they don't close positions until they bankrupt a company. They have two options: bankrupt a company and win, or get margin called. Those are their only options. They don't have closing of positions to get out and run away. It's not in their operations. That's not how they work. They work to win. They don't plan on closing positions and walking away from this. They don't have. They have open interest at 50 cents. 50 cents open interest. You can't close those positions for small amounts of money. And we already saw their report. They're fully hedged. Their earnings report shows that they're completely hedged. They don't have that kind of money to be throwing around. So they don't close positions and run away. That's not how it works. I'm going through. I'm kind of trying to get down to where Sammy says what he says because I want to see what that came from. Sammy says, "Has it been 2 weeks yet? Why call out dates, Shaw? You PN. I don't know what a PN is. You only discredit yourself when you call out dates." Sammy, you're mistaken on me calling out dates. 2 weeks is a joke. It's it's not meant. It's meant to uh, discredit people who continuously ask when is this going to squeeze, because it doesn't matter. That's not how this works. It doesn't matter. There is no dates. I agree with you. I'm not calling out dates. I'm trying to satisfy the wanting to know when this is going to squeeze with a generic answer. That's it. Boris says they're only covering failure to deliver is keeping the powder dry. Salty says, are they going to drive the price down with all the borrowing? Are they going to drive the price down with all the borrowing? They could. They could, Salty. I don't know if they're going to do it first or if, I mean, historically they don't do it first. If you look at most squeezes, the quote unquote kitchen sink gets thrown after we've gone up in price. For example, with GME, you saw a price rise up to 100 and I think it was $50, and then it drops down to 60. And that happens within like an hour or hour and a half in the pre-market when nobody can trade. Nobody in the U.S. anyways. And that's a lot. That's a lot, right? That would be a kitchen sink. When you see the stock price drop over 50%, that's a kitchen sink. So historically speaking, they throw the kitchen sink after price rises. So, but I want you to know that the kitchen sink is out there. It's already been loaned. So are they using it now, or could they be using some of it now? Absolutely. It definitely looks like they used some of it yesterday. They are very precious. Shares available to borrow was 0 like 3 hours ago. Now magically 2.1 appeared. How long can they keep having the short synthetics uncovered where all those T plus counts somehow seems they are playing this indefinitely until margin calls? Yes, they always continue to play it out until they have margin calls. It's either they bankrupt the company or they get margin called. There is no other alternative. Sometimes, Peter, it's not there. There's not really a great answer to what you're asking. Sometimes tripping SSR means a run up. Some, not always. I have seen on a couple rare instances where I have seen price run down after an SSR trip. It just it depends on whether or not it's profitable. It all has to do with profits. Mohammed, I don't watch videos of people that I don't respect. Chris says stay away from collabs with the straw man attack crowd. Morning, Ivan. I can tell you guys right now that Meat Jacket. I can tell you right now that Rico walks in the same group of people that I just read that about that MOASS. Uh, there being no MOASS. Rico walks in that same crowd, or he at least is part of the same crowd that I'm a part of, that has people within that group who are starting to talk like that. And all I had to read, the only thing that I had to read, and I will post this, I swear to God, I will post this on Twitter for everybody to see if it becomes a thing. But when they said short squeeze, there is no short squeeze, bud, there never was. The people who are pushing this narrative for a leg up just want out of this because they see other plays in the market that they want to make, and their money's tied up, and they want out. And that's the reason why they're giving this narrative. You know, Jeff, I never got to a 20 billion number. I got really close. I got to 19 billion at one point. I don't know how many are still in existence. The problem is that we've been trading. So one of the formulas that I use to kind of give me like a rough guesstimate as to how many shares, synthetic shares may be in existence would be the average volume, the 3 month average volume divided by the free float. And then it gives you a percentage. And then I use that percentage to compare to other companies to try and resolve or solve for how many. Let me step back a little bit. I try to compare it to companies who are not heavily shorted. How do you figure that out? You look at short interest, right? If they're not heavily shorted in short interest, then you know they're not heavily shorted. So I try to use companies that are not heavily shorted with short interest, compare those companies to multiple companies to AMC, and then try to solve for how many synthetics are in existence if we had a similar ratio of average 3 month volume to free float as those other companies. Now that should give you an idea, right? Like so if you took like 10 companies, right, that had low short interest, and then you averaged out their 3 month average volume to their float, and then you came up with a percentage, right? Their daily traded percentage um, compared to AMC's, and then said, okay, if these are similar numbers, right? If I can take these ratios and say, well, if AMC's trading at like 7% of that number, and they're trading at 1%, then how many shares should AMC actually have in existence in comparison? Now, the highest number that I've ever had on that comparison was 19 million or billion, sorry, 19 billion. Uh, I've also come up with 12. Um, the number is a lot lower now because the average volume on our stock has been way, way lower. But it will shoot up. That our average volume will shoot way, way up as soon as we start having larger amounts of volume. So I do believe that there's several billion out there. I mean, at least 5 or 6 on a conservative amount, maybe as high as up to 12. But I'm not willing to say right now at this point that 19 is still a possibility just because I need to see more average volume. And right now we just don't have that. The whole 2 weeks thing was not a lie. It was never a lie. We I told the story when we first started saying the whole 2 weeks thing. The 2 weeks thing was started from a movie called Money Pit with Tom Hanks, and it's where they go out and he buys a mansion, and they start sinking like their life savings into this mansion. They get all these construction workers out there. It's a broken down mansion, right? The mansion is just like needs huge repairs everywhere. And then they go in and they fix up the mansion. The mansion's absolutely beautiful, but along the way, they keep asking the construction workers how long is it going to take to get it done, and they keep saying 2 weeks, 2 weeks, and they keep trudging along through 2 weeks after 2 weeks after 2 weeks, and finally at the very end of the movie, they have this absolutely beautiful mansion that they sell for lots and lots of money. And it took them time. It took them time, but they got there. They finally got to it. So it's never been about a lie. It's been about trying to focus on the right things. So whenever somebody asks you how long this is going to take, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. You sound like a parakeet. What's it going to take for cost to borrow to increase to 100% utilization? Are Vanguard and BlackRock perpetually loaning these shares? I believe so, Logan. Good morning, GD. Yeah, well, the movie headstock's like the money pit, right? Yeah, I know. I cringe a little bit myself every time I say the money pit, but you have to know the story. If you know the story, they sink all their money into this terrible rundown mansion and build it into this amazing um, mansion, and it's just incredible looking at the end of the movie. So this is, I would say, this is our money pit. This is our money pit, and we're building this company back into something that's going to be absolutely amazing and beautiful. And while it feels like right now, like we're not, like the 2 weeks is always 2 weeks, eventually we're going to walk away with something beautiful. And I think that's the thing that you got to focus on. It is very similar to AMC, super super similar. There's trials and tribulations along the way. There's tears, there's laughter, there's it's a true story. It's a true story. I've lived through that. I have lived through that. My parents my parents didn't buy a mansion, but my parents bought a rundown house like that, and I lived through them going through that whole process of repairing a rundown house and turning it into something beautiful. And it takes years. It took years. I when I left the when we first moved into the house, I think I was going into sixth grade, no, seventh grade. We moved there when I went into seventh grade, and when I left after I graduated high school, no, when I left after I graduated my second year of college. So how many years is that? 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 7 years. 7 years later, I left, and they still weren't done with the place. 7 years. And I've said this to you guys on here before. I've posed this question to you. If you knew that you were holding Bitcoin when Bitcoin got up to 60,000 a share, how long would you be willing to hold on to this for? And this is why the golden rules are so important with AMC. So important with AMC. Golden rule number one, only buy shares with money you don't need in the foreseeable future. Why? Because this could be Bitcoin. You could be looking at a stock that's worth 60,000 or more dollars a share or more. So you have to ask yourself, how long, if you knew AMC was Bitcoin, how long would you be willing? What if you knew this was, uh, what if you knew AMC, if you could look into a crystal ball and see the future and see that AMC was going to be Hershire back, I said it backwards. Berkshire Hathaway, what is that running at? I'm just going to search BRK-A. I'm pretty sure that's it. $484,527 a share. If you knew you were holding on to a share that was going to be worth this much money in the future, how long would you be willing to hold on to it for? How long? Yeah, a lot of people thought it was from that too, Meat Jacket. You weren't the only one. Peter, my thoughts are is that there that I'm just gonna easy answer is yes, I agree. To expand on it a little bit more, I'll just say that we're at a point where um, the straw will break the camel's back, right? And so that's why a lot of people are trying NOSA, myself. Uh, a lot of people I know, I threw out names and I just threw two. A lot of us are wondering what's going to be the catalyst. What is going to be the catalyst? And I grew tired of looking for catalysts because we really have no idea what the catalyst is going to end up being. It'll probably be something really stupid. It'll be something really, really stupid, and we'll all be like, "That was the catalyst? Are you kidding?" None of us will see what it is. It'll come like a thief in the night. It'll happen, and we'll be like, "Wow, that was uneventful." But we don't care. Look at the price. You know what I'm saying? Like, we won't care. It'll be the catalyst. But Donkey Kong, you touch on a funny. The reason that I said sixth grade, no seventh, is because I actually did attend sixth grade twice, but then I skipped a grade. So really kind of crazy story. Actually, it wasn't sixth grade twice. It was fourth grade twice. Weird story. My parents put me into a private school, I think in fourth grade, and I was supposed to be going into fifth, and they did testing on me in the private school and said he's not ready for fifth grade. We're going to put him through fourth grade again. So I repeated fourth grade, went to fifth grade, and then when we moved to California, I went into sixth grade, and everything was too easy because I was back in public schools. Everything was too easy, and so they did testing on me, and they said, "Oh, he should be in seventh grade." So so I did half of sixth grade. Well, it may have been less than half, but I did part of sixth grade in sixth grade and then skipped straight into seventh. It was really weird. Strangest thing, I don't know. 1886. Holy Toledo. Good morning, Casey and everyone. Casey, do you think this is the fractal forming before the run up, like the one to 72? Did TWE put something out? I think I saw something that he put out that might have had to do with the fractal just before the move running up to 72, and I haven't seen it yet. I know it was funny, Pebbles, me saying bath away. That's how this mind works in here. This mind jumbles everything all up sometimes. Herkshire Bathaway. I think it's much better. I think it's much better sounding. Herkshire Bathaway. Uh, my brain likes it better. Monty got you down 1475 to 1775. You were so close, Monty, yesterday. Peter, market crash is definitely one of the catalysts that have been identified as a possibility. Benjamin, I don't know. I don't know. I haven't looked at the fractal theories that are out there. We are getting our 7 a.m. pokey stick of volume in. 94,000 shares having been traded first, or let's see here. Or is it 30 added on top of the 94? It might already be added on. Let's check it out here in just a second. If it jumps up to like 120, we'll know. If not, it's 60. It was 60,000. It's probably 60,000 going into this minute. It's probably already added it on. Volume for our Pokestick is currently at 39,000 shares. Low volume day today. Can it be that big? And are borrowing shares in the dark pool so the percentage is bigger than the one reported by Ortex. I'm not really understanding, Nosa, what you're trying to say. Big institutions are borrowing shares in the dark pool so the percentage is big. I'm assuming you're talking about utilization. Let me go back to your other question. It might be too early for me in the morning for questions like this. I don't know how long you've been awake for, Nosa. I have a feeling you might have been awake a little longer than I have. Let's see here. Why do I not see N, 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 N? There it is. So you said kitchen sink happens after a big rip then, or can we see it at any moment on current price? I don't know. I don't know the answer for when the kitchen sink's going to get thrown, but you won't mistake it one way or the other. You'll know it. It'll be painfully obvious. You're welcome, Peter. James says volume 23 to 31 million. I would tend to agree with you because this pokey stick of volume here was 39 and it got us from like 60 up to 100. So yeah. I give myself 20 million spread, but I would probably agree 23 to 31 is a very good range. I'm going to say 15 to 35. 15 to 35 million shares traded. But I don't understand. I guess I'm having a hard time understanding the question in regards to like why are you curious about lending? Like what are you trying to figure out with in regards to lending? Can it be that big? Institutions are borrowing shares in the dark pools. I No, they're not borrowing shares in the dark pools. I can say that for sure. Borrowing doesn't occur through dark pools. Not that I'm aware of. Off the record borrowing. I would have to let me just check and see something. I've not heard of this, but it's not. I'm not saying that that's not a possibility. Let me see. I don't. I think what you're looking for. I think what you're looking for, Nosa, or the answer to your question that you're seeking is naked loaning. Naked loaning. In other words, they're loaning shares that they don't have, and we already have proof of that happening. So I'm not sure. I guess I don't understand the question though. Naked loaning is definitely happening, and I've put out a post about it a couple weeks ago about BlackRock, Vanguard, and what was the other company? Something Street, something Street. I will link you to it if you really want to read it. There's two parts to this. The first one. Let me make sure I have. Okay, I'm going to give you the link to the second post. The second post didn't get as much traction as the first one did, but the second post has a link to the first one. So what I would do is just click the link to the first one, and then read the first one, and then go back and read the second one afterwards. But that's a link to what it is. It sounds like you're asking about, and naked lending of shares is definitely occurring. Oh, I am so glad you just said this, Headstock. Headstock said ketogenesis. That was a cool giveaway on Tony Denaro. I don't know what Tony Denaro did, but I just want to let you know that I was in a space call yesterday, and I have no idea why this did not occur to me before. But I'm going to start giving stuff away, and you're probably gonna think like, oh, Casey's just trying to get something out of this, but I'm not. I'm really not trying to get anything out of this. But I don't know why it hadn't occurred to me earlier. I am an A-list movie subscriber to AMC. And with the A-list movie subscribership, you get 3 free tickets a week to attend a movie. And I don't. I see a movie maybe like once a month, maybe twice a month, depending on how many movie releases there are. So I don't know why I hadn't thought of this before. But when I was listening to a space call last night, somebody was talking about how they were uh, giving away their tickets to other people so that they could get the NFTs. Well, I'm not trying to get the NFTs. I don't even care about the NFTs. I'm not one bit. This is not why I'm doing this at all. But I can give away. I can give you guys. I can buy you guys a ticket, up to 3 tickets a week. And so I'm like, hey, that would be freaking awesome. So I'm going to start giving away 3 tickets a week to you guys on the channel, and we'll do like trivia. Maybe we'll do trivia to get it, or whenever I've always handed out like fake points to you guys. Say, oh, I have 50 fake points, kind of like kind of like the comedy show. Whose line is it anyway? Um, but now I can actually give you guys something, and I'm like, that is so cool. I don't use them, so why not give them to somebody who would use them? So I'm gonna start doing that. Three a week. You know, like if you guys. And why am I doing this? I want you to understand why I'm doing this, because I don't want you to think that this is some kind of like gimmick, that there's some strings attached. In my opinion, if I'm paying for these tickets, I might as well be getting some use out of them, because I'm not going to the movies that often, and not by myself, because you only get one ticket. so, so if I can give away one free ticket to somebody who will go by themselves, then I'm getting my money's worth, in my opinion, and the company's getting their money's worth. Because my guess is if you're going to a movie, you're probably going to buy concessions, right? So that helps the movie theaters, and I think that's great. So if I can do my part to help AMC in getting somebody into the movie theater who's going to spend money on concessions, great. And if you're not going to buy concessions, that's fine too. Who cares? But at least you're getting into the movie theater. And maybe you take somebody with you and you pay for another ticket. So I'm going to start doing this. Um, exactly, Dan. Like people who make me laugh. I don't know what it's gonna be. I don't know what it's gonna be, but I have at least 3 to give away a week. I think. I gotta make sure. I gotta go back and check and make sure that I have 3. I don't even think I've ever even used one of these free tickets. Not a single one. We have paid for all of our movie tickets, and I've never once used, even though I've had this A-list thing for like over a month, I've never used it. So um, I'm gonna give them out. I don't think so. 2 weeks, bro. There's enough people out there who know what share dilution means, and uh, I saw somebody in particular who's pushing this narrative post a poll asking people how many people would vote for share dilution, and like 70 something plus percent said no. So I'm not too worried about it. And it's okay, 2 weeks, bro, that you stepped away. Ross, my outlook is somewhere between $15 and $20 by the end of the week. If I had to guess, 17. That's that's my guess. Yeah, it would have to only be for people in the US, unfortunately. I don't know if it might be good wherever there's a movie theater. It might be good. I don't know. I haven't gone through the app and tried to see. But, I might give it away to somebody who comes in with like great information. I might give it away to somebody who makes me laugh. I might give it away to somebody who's just kind to somebody else in the chat room. I don't know. I'm freaking Santa Claus. Santa Claus gets to decide who's been bad and who's been good. So that's what I'll do. You're welcome, 2 weeks, bro. And it's okay to take a step away. If you gotta walk away from AMC for a while, to regain your mental composure, do it. Do it. It is not worth your sanity um, to be so tied up in this that it affects your mental state. There's an interesting correlation between the release of new shares and the buying pressure it creates. Look back at I know I understand, Dan. I understand what you're saying, but also in correlation to what you're saying. Look at the amount of time that's caused between each leg up for there to be more time. That's the other part of the formula that you're missing. It's the major part of what it is that you're missing is the amount of time that it's taken each time we've had share dilution. So, and I'll give you a great graph for this, right? Look at this. This is a perfect image of what it is I'm talking about. Each one of these lines, red and white lines, do not count this one right here. This one was not share dilution. This one was just share issuance. But all these white and red lines here, white lines are AMC shares sold to the market. Red lines are Wanda shares sold to the market. Wanda used to be have part ownership. And look at these right here. So 100% I can already prove false, Dan, on the amounts of times. So you have 13.59 million shares and 120,000 shares issued by both AMC and Wanda during this period of time. Where's your run up? Show me a run up right here, because there is none. There's no run up. And I want you to take a look at this. Your on loan average age per day, one of the few indicators that tells you when price increase is coming, goes down and no run up. This hurts us. This hurts us. It adds time. It adds time. Share dilution may cause temporary leg ups, but it causes more time to pass before you see a squeeze. Why? It gives ammunition inside. It creates elasticity inside the balloon that causes us to have more buying pressure. I know I'm gonna end up having to say this because it's gonna be some of these videos are just now coming out of people trying to push this narrative of share dilution, and I'm here to tell you that, and I will repeat myself over and over and over and over. The only reason that there are people asking for share dilution right now is because they want out of this play. They want out of this play and they want another leg up so that they can get out at a cost higher than whatever it was that they got in for. That's the only reason they're asking for it. They want a temporary run up in price so that they can get out. Share dilution, no price discovery. The price discovery rate here in January, we had 114.74 million shares sold into the market before the price run up in January. January's run up was not caused by the 114 million shares sold into the market. It was caused by GME exploding and all of the meme stocks having a run up in January. Had nothing to do with the 114 million shares added a month before. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Our run up in June had nothing to do with 13.8 million shares that were sold. It was already starting to run up before 13.8 million shares sold by Wanda into the market occurred. We were already starting a leg up. And look what happened immediately after the 13.8 million shares were injected into the market. The on loan number of loaned shares completely dropped out. What does that mean? That means that it gives hedge funds who are taking out loans the ability to use ammunition against us to be able to drop their shares on loan that they have. Shares on loan that they have is our ammunition against them, and they drop it with these shares, big time. So none of the price run-ups, none of them, and including this right here, these two dates right here, have no correlation, zero correlation to price run-ups. There's some evidence 2 weeks, bro, that there is a certain amount of shares that they could potentially issue into the market without a share holder authorization. I don't know if it's entirely true, but AMC has said that they would not do it because of our will. Theoretically, Mr. B, them not being able to meet margin requirements. So I don't know if I'd call that capital, but I mean, it's one way I guess you could kind of look at it. It's that's kind of a weird word to use for it. Um, Not having enough liquidity is what I would say. But yeah, I mean, essentially. That's your opinion. Need for speed. Exactly, Einstein. If you're focused on share price, oh man, you nailed it on the head. You absolutely nailed it on the head, Einstein. If you're focused on share price and how you can get the share price up, you're focused on the wrong thing. You're completely focused on the wrong thing. because buying and holding is all that takes. That's it. It's never been anything other than buying and holding, and that's it. There's nothing else that we have to do. Oh, I don't have it on the page here. I'm sorry, guys. Let me get SSR up on the page. And it's time for me to take a break. SSR is up on the page. I also want to adjust my SSR trigger line. Trigger line 1369. Way down here. All right, so SSR trigger is set up. What a wild morning, huh? Look at that. Shooting up from about 1520 all the way to 1567 and then falling back down. This is very, very typical. I just want to tell you guys this is super, super typical. The only reason we had this spike down right here to 1490 was to trip that SSR, but then look how fast it rose back up here to the 21.5% line. Price shot up to about the 19.5% line and then fell back down to the 21.5. They'll test this line. They'll test this line multiple times, sometimes up to 3 times before they'll let the price run. So if this is test 1, this would be test 2. So you'll see 21.5 tested multiple times before they'll let price run. Ah, Nosa coming in with the reverse psychology. Yes, Samuel says they can issue up to 20% without a retail vote, but the shares offered can't be bought at a discount. They must be bought at current price, and that's from what I recall from the reporting. I think that was AMC Bigham's that released that, Samuel, I think. I'm pretty sure it was AMC Bigham's. I went and looked it up, and sure enough, that's how I read it as well. I don't believe that AMC has done this before, but that is on the books as something that I think that they could do. So we'll have to see. I mean, Adam Aaron said that he's listening to us and that he respects our wishes. We'll see if that's what he wants, if that's actually where he's going to stand. Einstein says concentration on share price is what short hedge funds want you to do. Absolutely. They want you to focus on time and losses and share price. Those are the things everything that they want you to focus on are all the bad things that are happening in your portfolio. Those are the things they want you to focus on. All right, I need to take a break here, guys, so I'm going to set everything up for the break time. Ooh, yes. Lisa said some are saying that the margin calls are already happening. I saw a post about this on Twitter last night, I think it was, saying that margin calls are supposed to happen later today. We'll see if that's the case. I will have to see. let me get the music going here, guys, and I will see you back. Same here, Headstock. I've been in since I've been in AMC, I think, since the 29th. It might have been the 28th, 28th or 29th of January last year. But I actually got in. It was the 29th. I'm pretty sure it was the 29th of January last year. I got into GME on the 28th. Talk about the worst time to get into GME. It was only 2 shares though. Only 2 shares. But man, that was a time to be making a stand. Hmm. Nickels shoot up. Yeah, I saw that last night. I can check it real quick before I go. Let's see here. Do you have the? I don't know what nickel is off the top of my head. I could just go to commodities. Let's see if it's got it set up on here. They don't have it. Uranium, oil, gas, electric. I don't see it set up on here. Oh, let's just try nickel. Nickel? Did I spell it wrong? I don't see it on there. Let me look up the ticker. I don't know why I want to put nickel price quotes. Come on, just show me a ticker. NICKEL. Is that it? I guess maybe Weeble doesn't want to show nickel. Canada nickel. That's not it, is it? Yeah, that's not it. Well, I'll just show you what I got over here. There you go. There's nickel. I mean, I don't know. At least I'm not sure why you want me to show it, but I can assure you, the more volatile the market is, the more the commodities are going to start to go up. Oops, got some music there. And it doesn't matter. Go pick your commodity. They're all going up. All the commodities are going to just continue to rise. I will show you, I showed you guys this not long ago with the VIX, but I'm going to show it to you again just because I really want you guys to see what's happening here inside of our market. This is the 2008 crash right here. This is like an inverse speed line that we've been holding, and we've crossed that threshold on 1, 2, and now a third occasion. This one right here being 2018, but this is COVID right here. And again, I have never seen this. I've never seen this before. 3 ascending red candlesticks, ascending, followed by a green hammer candlestick. I've never. I don't even know if there's a new. I would call this Rudolph. If you were to nickname this as a trading indicator, you got to call this one Rudolph, because it's got a shiny, well, it should be a shiny red nose, but it's a shiny green nose on this thing. And I think the VIX, this is a volatility index of the CBOE. I think this thing is absolutely going to start launching. Most of the time, every time this, not most of the time, then every time, but a lot of times whenever you see the VIX start to move up, there's these gap ups. You always have these gaps. I keep saying always. It's not always, but majority of the time you have these gap ups. There's major gap ups. There's a little bit of one here. The gap up was late on this one over here. This one didn't have a gap up. Got your gap up here. Gap up here. Major gap up here. Somewhat of a gap up kind of in here. Gap up here. So I mean, there's just a lot of times when this thing starts to spike, there's these big gap ups. And this is, you're looking at a week-long indicator right here. So I have a feeling that we're going to see week over week. Since we just started this week, I think next week you're going to see the gap up. I don't know how much by, but I think next week you'll see the gap up. If I had to guess where it would occur. It's either this is the gap or it's going to start gapping. But if you want, I mean, this is, we're seeing major amounts of volatility in this market. Major. Cannonball, you're doing your own stream? I would love to support it. I would totally love to support it, so just let me know. Hit me up on the side. All right, guys, I'm going to head to break. I will see you in a while. Oh, happy Taco Tuesday. Alrighty, let's see what we got going on here. Gonna read through what it is you guys are writing here. That's a great question, Pebbles. It's today is a riddle. My wife just said it's Tuesday. Today is a riddle. I'm not gonna give you the answer. There is um, a riddle in what is written in today's message. That's all I'm gonna say. Yes, Trent, you are 100% correct. So last night on some of my reviews, I don't like covering other stocks, but I am going to show you something that I saw last night, and I believe that I've shown this before. This stock in particular has had some pretty crazy moves in the past, and here it is once again. Yesterday, quite a big day. One of the craziest moves in the entire market after a down market. Some of the craziest, biggest moves that you can find is energy. Energy is where it's at. I can't tell you specifically which energies. There are some amazing ones out there. I need to come up with a price prediction before we start here. Einstein, you're not kidding. You're 100% not kidding. And I had to after finding out about Rico's post this morning, once you guys had informed me that Rico had put out his video, Rico is drinking he's drinking the Kool-Aid, and I've been holding on to that information, that post, for a day or two. We'll just say one day. I've been holding on to it for about 24, almost 48 hours, and did not want to post that because I do not want to create division in the community. That is not my objective. I am not here to create division. I'm here to have unity, a unity that stands for holding shares of AMC to create a short squeeze. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to document history. And when I see somebody who is trying to step on our flower bed, I get pissed. I get pissed because we've cultivated, we have raked, we have put blood and tears into this movement. And when somebody wants to come in and shit all over it, I have problems with that. And I will say something privately. But when you want to start going public and pooping all over everything, I am going to call you out. I'm going to call you out for what you are. I will come after you. I will find you. I will hunt you down, and I will make you show your true colors. And I did. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say. And that's all I got to say about that. But man, got me going. Cannonball 1591 to 1891. I'm writing you down. I don't mind when people pose questions to the community, like, hey, what do you guys think about this? Like, it does share dilution. Could it possibly be something that makes a difference? But when somebody builds a case and they will not accept alternate ideas, they're hell bent on something, right? If I come at you guys, if I come at you guys, or not if I come at you, if I present something to you guys and it sounds like there's flaws in it, I would expect to have to defend what it is that I have to say, right? Like if I have an opinion about something, I'm going to have a defense for it. Now, if you come at me with information that says otherwise, and it's good, solid information, I need to have a rebuttal to that. I need to have a legitimate rebuttal to what it is that you're stating. I need to. And so, but I never got anything back. Nothing. I gave a rebuttal to why share dilution is a problem, and the answer was a short squeeze. Let me read it verbatim. The answer was short squeeze. There is no short squeeze, bud. There never was. That's the answer. When you receive an answer like that, that is somebody telling you their true colors. They do not have intentions on trying to prove the alternative to what it is you're saying that they're wrong about. It's different, GD. I understand what you're saying. I understand pride is a motive for defense, but the response that I got back was entirely different. Entirely different. I would understand if somebody came back and said, you know, like, no, but this, right? Because they want to defend it. I understand that. But the response that I received back to an argument against the idea of share dilution was there is no such thing as a squeeze. There never was. That's the response that I got. That's not pride. Those are alternative motives. I cannot give you the answer to that, ABC. Trent, I'm in a Discord with Esther. Well, I think I used to be at least in a Discord with Esther. I think Rico. I don't think Rico. I think Rico bought into something, an idea, without actually doing full investigation into it. I'm just going to say that. I think Rico's could be swayed the other way to see the other side of it, but he's just simply not dug into it too deep enough to realize that he's wrong. So, anyways, I'm going to start the show. I need to have a price prediction really quick. I'm going to go with 1550 to 1850. I don't think I've seen Keto's numbers. I'll have to go back and look. But let's go ahead and get the show started. I will see you guys on the other side. Good morning, Max. Oh, I'm glad you got it. I'm glad you got it. A lot of people are receiving some mail from me. Let me go ahead and get this show started. I'll see you guys on the other side of market open.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond.
Separation confirmed. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
Storm is loosed upon the sea, whose eye is stained with tears. A wretch hell-bound and bent on blood, the makings of the fearful spheres. The tide, it stole away her grace, but depths they wouldn't claim her. Toil begat by father's blood, this path was laid before her. Redemption born by brigand's blood, of blood upon the darkness. The pact embraced, the road unsought, the maiden of death won't be unwrought.
Good morning, you filthy apes. Welcome to AMC and ADD, where we buy, we hold, and we screw the hedgies. Screw the hedgies! Good morning to you guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. It's the start of a new day. Hopefully, you guys are refreshed and ready to go. I am saying this only one time. Only one time. Only one time. X marks the spot for he who likes to give riddles. Respond to this. Are you guys ready for a new day? Boy, man, I came out punching today, didn't I? You guys are all right. You guys are seeing the tweet that I put out there, and you're going like, "Are you kidding me? Is this for real?" It's for real, guys. It's for real. 100% for real. Monty, thank you for the price prediction earlier. I have not Keto. I have not seen Keto's. Let me go back through the messages here. See, Keto's got to have a price prediction in here somewhere. I guarantee he does. Let me just see if I can find it real quick here. 1 second while I try to find it. It would be very unusual for Keto to not. There it is, 1439 to 1739. And Eric texted me a while ago and said 1375 to 1675. Man, I'm the top. I'm the one on the top again. I should have spent more time. I should have spent more time trying to figure out what I was going to put in for price prediction because, man, everybody's low. I'm the only one starting in the 15 range. Eric's starting in the 13 range, and Keto and Monty are in the. Actually, that's not true. Cannonball said 1591 to 1891. So Cannonball and I are winging it here. Government Divide says you're a mystery wrapped in an enigma. Thank you, Nosa. Thank you. Yeah. I'm not gonna give you guys the clues or any clues or anything like that. It's a message for somebody, and that somebody will probably figure it out, more than likely. Gary Keating coming in with a 1395 to 1575. Nice. Well, it's a new day for you guys. It's a new day, and we're gonna live through it. I promise. We will live through this. 1369 is SSR trigger price. We got about 22 minutes here. There were some potential claims made that there were margin calls going to be happening today. I really don't. I try not to buy into those, and it's not that I'm saying that they're wrong. I'm just, I've seen too many times where those things have come and passed, and then nothing. So, we'll see what happens. But yeah. Let's take a look here. I feel like I need to maybe draw some more Fibonacci retracements for where we're at currently because I don't have too much here. And I think we need to see some support lines and resistant lines. So I'd kind of like to draw something new in just to kind of figure out where we're at. So let me zoom out here just a tad bit and delete what I have so we can put something new in. Nope, not that one. Okay, so we're kind of looking in this range right here. So maybe if I do this run up, that could be potentially one of them. Let's see what we got here. Oops. So we're currently at 1470, so I'm going to look for another spot somewhere in here where I can find a level of support and a run up in our current range. Looks like the only other one would be this one, maybe. Yeah, I like that. Let's do that. I think this I might have inadvertently redrawn in the same exact two that I just had, but we'll see here. Oops, wrong one. Oh, that's right. That's perfect. So our next level of support is going to be at this 1442 level. Get these Bollinger Bands back on. We've almost touched down on the Bollinger Bands. I guarantee within the 2 sigma we're there. So we'll likely see it bounce off the 1442 and maybe see this try to head back up towards the simple moving average, or they may try to push us down harder. Volatility is definitely increasing. Since we have broken past the 1525 mark, guys, then that means that there were paper hands here, and some of this, if we get too far down below here, let me just enter in the value. We could be looking at up to a 35% drop. So let me enter in the price 1442. Right now we're at 25.8, 25.8% drop. I would say anything higher than 26, and you could really see this run down to 35% down from 1943. 35% down from that number would be, oops, 1262, 1263-ish. So I'm going to go ahead and put up a line at, well, I'll wait to put up the line if we cross at 1369. But we could see a run if it breaks too much further past 26. Like if we break 26%, there's a very good chance we could run to 35. Not yet, James. Not yet, man. This isn't hurt. This is not pain. This is not pain yet, buddy. I know it feels a little painish. It's a little tingly like a bee sting, but this is not pain. I'm talking about this is the kind of thing that's gonna kitchen sink's gonna make your stomach just roll. Feel like it's in knots. That's the kitchen sink. When you start feeling your stomach turn into knots, that's when you're gonna know. Oh man, you guys. Six to eight is pain. Boy, man, I'll tell you what, Jeff. When I originally bought in at 14, uh, watching it drop down to $6, I remember was the point. No, I think it might have been $8. It might have been $8. When it hit eight, I had that. Oh no, no, it was seven. I remember it was seven because it was half. I'd seen a 50% loss. It was half. It was $7, and I was like, my stomach really started getting knots in it. And I was like, man, this is insane. I can't believe this. 50% loss. I'm like, there's no way that this stock is worth this much money. Like, I know it has to be worth more than $7. This movie theaters, this chain can make a comeback. I know it can. There's, there's everything that I was seeing was telling me this stock is way worth more than $7, especially with Cinemark at the time running in the high 20s. Well, low to mid 20s. And I'm sitting there just going like, there's no way. And I'm like, that was the point. That was the moment in time where I decided it was time to double down. And I doubled down because I was like, nah, this there's something wrong here. There's something absolutely wrong here, and I know it. I can feel it. And so I doubled down at 6 because it took me a dollar worth of movement before I had funds ready to inject into it. All right, there's our move back up to the simple moving average. Now is the crucial point here. Will it continue to move beyond the simple moving average, or will they attack back down again some more? Yeah, turnover is only 1.04%. Einstein with a dash down to I mean, this really looks like a dash down to try and get to SSR tripping again. I would tend to agree. I feel like there's something building here. And I would agree, Nosa, it is manipulation. And I think it's funny that you put irregardless in there. You made me laugh. Anthony saying Casey turnover number was always blank, and I agree with that. It was always blank. Where is it showing now? Turnover percentage. Yep, it sure is. Turnover, 32.29 million. Huh. Well, let's figure it out. Hold on one second. Let me see here. I just want to make sure, because that's percentage. 1%. Is that right? That can't be right. Is that really right? Hold on a second. No, that's not right. So here's a more interesting thing for you. It's saying that turnover is 1.14%, right? If you multiply the float, which is 516 million shares, by 0.01, let's just call it 114, like it says, right? 0.0114. That comes out to 5.88 million shares, which is what we just crossed in volume, is 5.88 million shares. So tell me this: how do you have 1.15% turnover rate with upwards price movement, right? If every single share that we've had in volume so far is 100% turnover, then how did we get to, let me just make sure that's right. Stock liquidity calculated by dividing the total number of shares traded over a period known as volume by the average number of shares outstanding for the trading. Yeah, that's right. So it doesn't make any sense. It's basically this turnover percentage is saying that everything that has been traded so far has all been now I'm questioning turnover. I'm gonna have to look into this some more. But what I don't understand is the turnover number says 37.08, and so what I'm guessing is that's got to be some kind of average, the average turnover. Because you're right, though. I remember very vividly that the turnover has been blank for a long time. Only the turnover percentage has been showing. It could mean the turnover over the 3 month. So like if the average 3 month volume is 50 million and 37 of it's turnover, I'm looking. So I'm just going to read what that's a ratio. Hmm. I'm gonna have to answer this question by the end of the day today because I want to take a look at the numbers later on. So I'll come back to this. I'll come back to this and we'll re-answer this question towards the end of the day because I need to see what happens to the turnover percentage as our volume continues to grow throughout the day today. Oh, Crazy Pepe, I know. The worst part is Crazy Pepe is that the people who've been holding since 70, those guys have been feeling it for a longer period of time than we had to feel it for those of us who got in late January. So I understand that completely. Right, the turnover is calculated by volume divided by outstanding shares, which is what I got the same number. I got the right number too, um, but the problem is that the turnover. This is the problem I'm having is that turnover says 39.67 million, and I think this is a reference. I think this is a reference to the average 3 month volume, if I had to guess. But I'm not sure. I don't believe so, Jenna. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. Yesterday we were around 250 million turnover. Ooh, 250 million turnover. Those have got to be the synthetics. I don't know. I'm gonna figure that out, Anthony. I want to figure it out because I don't know what it is. Oh, Trent, I already looked at CEI. I looked at it yesterday. I looked at CEI yesterday, and I mentioned it this morning as well. Um, yeah, I I'm not here to promote other stocks. That's what I need to say. I mean, Anthony, that's what I want to say is the case, but we should have reporting of that someplace, right? Like if it's dark pool trades, if there was 250 million in dark pool trades that were off the books, but dark pool trades usually show up on the books later, so we should see that in volume, and we don't have that kind of volume right now. And if we did have that kind of volume right now, I don't, I don't know, man. I'm gonna figure it out though. It's hard for me to do this investigating when I'm here on the show live with you guys. But I mean, that's my guess. That's my guess is synthetics. But you're right. You're 100. I know you're 100% right because I've been looking at that number for a long time, wondering why it was always blank on AMC, but not other stocks. You could go to other stocks and see that number there. You're welcome, Einstein. I believe in something. I believe in this cause, and I believe that I'm documenting history. Um, this would be like somebody. This would be like a guy who's live blogging Columbus sailing across the Atlantic Ocean, and suddenly deciding that he's going to start doing a reporting on fish. Yeah, doing Shark Week in the middle of documenting everything that's going on as they're crossing across the Atlantic. Screw that. Uh, Screw that, man. You're on a voyage of a lifetime. You don't talk about the sharks. Screw Shark Week. I feel like we need to go in order. I'm still trying to search up the answer for this turnover. We should be going to something very specifically that directs us towards Weeble. Um, Son of a gun, I forgot what I was going to put in. Oh yeah, here we go. Wow. So I just found a website that goes through and talks about each one of the indicators, and they have turnover rate listed. They don't have turnover in here. Hmm. I want Weeble's explanation. Okay, I'm going to Webull.com categories. Turnover value refers to the summation of the value of all trades during the day. Refers to the summation of the value of all trades during the day. Refers to the summation of the value. That's synthetics. Why is it suddenly reporting synthetics? So they're saying that we've had 46 million shares already trade hands for the day today? That's insane. And you had 250 yesterday? Wow. Anthony, I think you just won yourself a movie ticket. That's what it says. It says summation of the value of all trades during the day, the trading day. All right, I'm going to ask a question. I want to get to the bottom of this. And so I think it is a big new development, and I'm going to get to the bottom of this. So I think this is worthy of sending a message to Webull. So I'm going to take this offline to the side so you guys don't see this, because I'm not here to try to promote Webull. I mean, I'll throw it up here so you guys can just see I'm not like being dishonest or anything, but there's like Webull promotions and stuff like that in here, and I'm not trying to promote Webull at all. So I'm pulling it to the side so you guys don't have to see the stupid junk that they put in your email. Let me see here. Community assistant, no. What is this called? Is this quotes? Just quotes? Key statistics. Anthony, how do you feel about getting a movie ticket? You want a free movie ticket? I'm not even kidding. I just realized that I can start giving out free movie tickets because they've been going to waste, and I didn't even realize that they were going to waste. Well, I mean, I realized, but I didn't even think about giving them away. And then I realized that I could actually give them away without getting information from you guys. Like I could literally just buy the ticket for you. You could just tell me what movie theater, what time, what movie, and then I buy the ticket for you and just send you the QR code for you to scan in. And it's easy. It'd be super, super easy. Okay, so specifically, this is my question. Could you please help me to understand the quote unquote turnover indicator shown on the key statistics page? What is the difference between volume traded in a day versus the turnover in a day? Because, as an example, we're currently showing turnover at 50.56 million shares, but yet we've only traded in volume 8.25 million. So it would be super, super important to know what this is. So I'm going to submit that to Webull so we can try and get some kind of clarification as to what the difference is between turnover versus volume. No, volume should actually be the amount of shares. It shouldn't be the volume should be shares. It should be the amount of shares that are transacted between individuals. Oh no. I'll take you guys to the stats page. It's time to go over anyways. Webull went down. This is every time I've ever submitted a question to Webull, it always ends up going down. They're like, no, you don't understand. You're not allowed to ask questions here. Let me make sure my question went through. No, it didn't go through. Son of a gun. All right, give me a second here, guys. I gotta write this up one more time. Actually, I'm gonna do this different. I think I have a different way. Please don't shut down this time. Why do I always think after I hit the submit button to copy and paste it? Erg. Every single time. That's twice. I do this so often. I've been working with computers long enough to know that you copy and paste. Why did I just do that? I just did that to myself. I know it's going to happen. It's going to shut down on me again. All right, I'm going to go ahead and refresh Fidelity for you guys real quick here and start on telling you guys the numbers. I know it's going to shut down again. I'm going to screenshot it. Oh, it went through. It went through. You know why it went through? It went through because I screenshotted it before it went away. They're like, oh, we can't get this guy. Okay. Obviously, I can't see what it is you guys are writing, so please give me just a few minutes here to kind of run through the numbers, and then I will answer questions as best as I can. This is the first rundown of the numbers for the day today, so bear with me as I go through everything in detail. Man, that is terrible. Y'all didn't say anything. Sometimes I don't even think you look at half this stuff here. I wonder. There we go. I fixed it. All right, so as far as price prediction tallies go, I was horribly wrong yesterday, but I wasn't the only one. I was the only one horribly wrong, but Keto and Monty just barely missed yesterday. Eric picking up the only point in price predictions. Today, price predictions, I have 15.5 to 18.5. Eric has 13.75 to 16.75. Keto has 14.39 to 17.39. And Monty has 14.75 to 17.75. As an alternate, Cannonball has 15.91 to 18.91. With True Demons, MOASS trigger indicators, our short exempt volume massively dropped yesterday to 77.6 thousand shares. Utilization at 100%, still day 20. We are officially on 1 month of trading days, day 20. Day over day price increase, we had a decrease of 8.21% yesterday. And let's take a look at that off exchange. Extremely low numbers in the off exchange right now. What do I have to say about that? Somebody's not in there trading in the dark pools anymore. It's got to be. But we will see lower numbers. I would expect even lower numbers with SSR being tripped, right? Why? Because dark pools is the shield that hedge funds use as a shield to price discovery. So price discovery is hidden through the dark pools. If SSR is tripped, they no longer need the shield because the SSR is like a force field. You don't need a shield when you got a force field. They can double wield swords and just attack. Attack with a force field. It's like kid stuff. I make it easier for you guys to understand because it's easier for me to understand. So I'm going to go ahead and refresh this. Those are yesterday's numbers right there. They're actually higher right now than what they were ending yesterday at 46.73 on the off exchange and the CBOE EDGX at 11.75. Those are higher than I would expect them to be with SSR being tripped. It's almost like SSR isn't tripped. But wait, it is. What is this? Oh yeah, get rid of that. Moving down to Ortex data here. Wow, high numbers. It was showing 2.23 million shares having been borrowed so far, but that's dropped now since I just refreshed it to 1.76 million shares having been borrowed for the day today. That's pretty high. Those are high numbers. That will result in a loss to the on-loan average age per day if those numbers remain that high. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.84%. And let's see here. Moving to the top right-hand side of the screen, we have institutional ownership. We're kind of in that gray period of reporting, so we may see this number kind of stick right where it's at for a week or so. We're at 187.9 million shares having been owned by institutions as of right now. Let's refresh it and see if it changes. 187.924, no change. We started out the week with max pain at $18 yesterday. It is down to $17 today. And taking a look at options. Them some numbers. Them some numbers in the options. A lot of puts moving in. On the call options, the highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price, but there's a lot of runner-ups. A lot of runner-ups. At $17 strike price, yesterday it's now 15, and we have currently 2.6 thousand contracts open up at 15. That's not a whole lot of volume right now. It's pretty low volume. Optimistically cautious, it looks like. On the put side, the highest amount of volume currently at a $13 strike price. That's down $3 from yesterday of 16. And there's a total of 3.6 thousand contracts, which is kind of average. That's pretty normal for where we're at right now in time-wise. So right now the options are signaling for a 14 close for the day today. That's what they're kind of signaling towards. Let me move a couple screens around. please hold. All right, Vortex. Utilization. There's your 20 days of utilization being 100%. No dips, no rips. It's just staying right there. 100%. Oil up 7.1% today, guys. I don't know if you're noticing the ticker up top. There's your utilization on loan amount. On loan is decreasing day over day. We had a decrease of 125.7 million shares down to 124. So 1.7 million shares having been returned. If you look at the on loan average age per day, you would suspect that that would tend to drop, but it went up. So the assumption there would be is that if you return loans and that this on loan average age per day goes up, then the only loans being returned are newer loans. Only newer loans. Because the older loans will make the days this is going up or increasing by go larger. Then you have your exchange reported short. Oh, sorry, that's not it. Your short interest of the free float, taking a little bit of a dip too as well from 20.99 to, or sorry, 20.83 to 20.69. It's kind of just following along with the on loan amount, like it should be. There's a little bit of a dip there in our exchange reported short interest of the free float over time. Next reporting should be on the 15th, so another week. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not on the list. GME was 12th, I believe, an hour, earlier this morning when I looked at it. GME has slipped from 12th all the way down to 30th, but they do have a 78% buy to 22% sell ratio, looking super, super good. AMC was like in, I don't remember where we were, down in the 20s somewhere. We've actually moved up the chain. We are at 17th currently with 74% buys to 26% sales, looking very, very strong. Wait, there we go. Sorry about that. I didn't realize that other information was up there. Currently, shares available to borrow. So I got an update. I got an update from somebody who was looking. I don't want to say who exactly, but there was somebody who was looking into this for me. And they told me that available amount of shares earlier, and I do have an answer from Webull apparently. But they said that the available amount of shares last night was 950,000 as of before it went to zero, which is, I'm so glad that you guys are watching this stuff. I might have to give out another movie ticket. We're gonna do 2 movie tickets in a day here. But yeah, so I got to tack on an additional 100K to the amount of shares that were borrowed this morning. That's going to put us at 2.45. And let's see what we've had borrowed since market open. There's 0.4 there. So another 400,000 shares. So we're looking at 2.85 million shares borrowed for the day so far. Fee is at 0.8. 2,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. Out of the money puts are 15.9 thousand. Look at this. Our out of the money calls has just suddenly jumped from 80,000 contracts to over 100,000 contracts already. We're on Tuesday. We started the week out with like 60,000 contracts. We've jumped up 40,000 contracts in a matter of 24 hours. Insane. SSR is on today. We have another trigger at 1369. Market's going red. NASDAQ is down 0.2. Dow Jones is starting to go negative, positive. Doesn't really know where it wants to go. It's neutral. S&P 500 is down 0.14. The market is showing slightly declining over advancing with 3,805 decliners to 3,643 advancers. The VIX is up 2.41. IWM is up 0.93. Tesla is up 1.11. Amazon is down 0.98. Cinemark is breaking neutral. Doge is up 0.35. Bitcoin up 2.15. GME is up 4.11. Hood is up 1.31. And AMC is down 0.03. Almost breaking even. We currently have more outflow than inflow by approximately for 5 million shares. Our volume so far for the day today, this is a little bit later in the day than I normally track it, but we're at 10.2 million. We're definitely getting a spike in volume right here. My volume prediction is going to be, again, way off. Weird things are happening with the volume right now. Very, very weird things. 10 point, let me do the math on this. 52 minutes. Well, we're currently on pace for about 76 million shares traded for the day today. That is definitely higher than I would have anticipated, and my guess is somewhere between 15 and 35 million. We'll see if that falls. They will more than likely try to get volume down. You can see we were in the beginning minutes of the 15 minutes of the trading day here. We were up in the 300,000 shares a minute. Volume definitely decreased in this area right here. They did get it under 60K for a minute or so here. Now volume's starting to rise back up to the 200 range. 100 to 200,000 shares a minute. On our daily interval, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 38.1. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 35.09. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.44. And on a 5-minute interval, we have a crossover here of more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 55.04. This is a jumbled mess that I have in here. The only way I'm going to get it to look anywhere near appropriate for looking at the numbers is going by making this super huge. Let's see what our AMC news is here. Benzinga's daily brief on trending tickers for March 8th. So we must be one of the top ones. We're up there with Tesla, GameStop, crude oil. And I did receive a message back from Weeble. Let's see what it is. Oh no, where'd it go? Oh, it puts it over there, you son of a gun. How do I undo that? All right, here we go. Thank you for reaching out to us. The trading volume of the stock can be used to measure the liquidity of a stock or the ease. I don't need to have it on the screen. Let's see, liquidity of the stock or ease with which it can be bought and sold. The turnover ratio of a stock is a measure of sellers versus buyers of a particular stock. Hope it helps. Feel free to contact if you need further assistance. Let me read that one more time. The trading volume of a stock can be used to measure the liquidity of a stock or the ease with which it can be bought and sold. The turnover ratio, I'm not asking about ratio. Come on, I was very clear that I said turnover. I'm gonna get a screenshot of it. They always seem to need they always go like, we don't understand what you're saying. What are you trying to say? Oh, come on. Oh, I can't get a screenshot of it? You gotta be kidding me. Hold on a second. I know how to do this. You can't you can't fool me. I know how I would get around this, Weeble. Let's just do paint somewhere. Come on, paint. Where you at, paint? Aha, gotcha. Now I can screen capture this. All right, so we'll see what they come back for an answer on that one. Okay, let me go back over and see what it is you guys are writing. And let me make sure some of you guys had messages in here that didn't show. I went through most of Esther's full report, Joe. And one of the things that I thought was very curious, very curious, was that the narrative was even changed within that report. If you've truly lived through this entire moment, and I don't remember where, I'm gonna have to pull back open the report and see, look it up again, but um, Esther is changing the narrative of how things went down. A lot of people did not vilify Adam Aaron when he recalled the shares. He was actually seen as, for a long time, he was seen as the silverback of apes. I mean, that's how he got his whole position with the apes, was recalling the shares originally. So there's a lot of information in there. General representations of how people viewed him Adam Aaron for a long time that are misrepresented. So there's a lot in that full report that is misleading. So it's not turnover rate that we're looking for, Real Rugged. We're looking for turnover. Turnover specifically, like turnover rate is easy to calculate, right? You just take your total amount of volume divided by the float, and that's your turnover percentage, right? But what we're specifically talking about is this turnover value, this right here, and it's saying that 71.47 million shares, I'm assuming. I don't know if this is a value. Maybe it's a value. Oh, hold on a second. Let's check that out. 11.57. This number could help us. If that's how much money is turned over, let's see here. 11.57. Hold up. Nope, that would be 174. So it's not share price. That's not it. It would be too little. It would be too little if turnover was only $71.77 million. So that can't be it. CEI squeezed last time that happened. AMC ran over 20. Yep. Bird Eye remembers. The interesting thing about CEI, and I'll just mention this, is that it doesn't have 100% ownership by institutions. I'm just going to throw that out there. Share ownership in CEI is only 18.4. Institutional ownership, I should say, is only at 18.42%. It's actually really, really low. And I would agree with you too, Proud Dad, that CEI and AMC do not correlate. I'm not suggesting that. And the reason, Real Rugged, that this has become a topic, this turnover, is simply because, as Anthony was stating before, I have not seen turnover report a number before. It's been hash marks for like the longest time. I can recall this forever. It's been hash marks, and now it's suddenly reporting a number in there. So it's kind of interesting. CEI is shorted by Citadel? Because I actually went and looked up short interest owners on it, and I don't. Okay, yeah, you're right. Nope, you're right. For some reason, I was thinking that they weren't on the list, but they are. Nope, you're 100% right. But I also do want to mention briefly that it's. Well, I'll pull it up so you guys can see it. In regards to short interest, it's not that high, right? It's only 10.3, so there's really not a lot of short interest in here. There's your short interest over time. Really just not that high. Your on loan amount that's in here, it's a little high, but what's one of the requirements that I always tell you guys, like in regards to looking at whether or not a squeeze play is a squeeze play? One of the things you got to look at is what's their 3-month average volume versus what they trade um, for the free float. this is one of the reasons why this stock came up on my list a long time ago. What the heck? AMC moved. Hmm. 2 Weeks Pro says, how much worse is it going to get with inflation? Right. What do they release that report in, what, 2 days from now? Yeah, Pebbles. Very, very savage. I am here to protect the community. And when I feel the community is being attacked, I will protect. Very savage. Yeah, I went to Investopedia and looked it up there, real rugged, but Investopedia kind of shows it as turnover ratio, and I'm not really interested in turnover ratio. I want to know what the millions of shares is that's showing up here. I understand what turnover ratio is. I get that. That makes I'm looking at CEI still. I'm like, why is this turnover ratio so high? Sorry about that. I was looking at the wrong stock. Let's see. So I came over here and I was looking at turnover ratio. We're only at 2.36%. That's not very high, right? But your turnover uh, is showing 74.73 million, and that's the part that I'm trying to understand because 2.36% of the float, or the outstanding shares, I should say, is basically how much we've traded in volume. Because our float and our outstanding shares are the same. Pebbles, you're welcome. I mean, I'm going to state this. I'm going to state this live right here for you guys to all hear. I tried to work with Esther offline in direct messages first, because my thought process is I am not here to stir up shit in the community. That's not my objective. I don't want to do that. I don't want drama. I want us to. We're in like one of the biggest fights of our life. I don't want to make problems. But when I come to you in a DM and I say, hey, here's an alternative side to what it is that you're saying. Do you understand what it is, how this could make this not look right? And your only response is to that is there's no such thing as a MOASS and there never was. I cut you off. At that point, you're no longer part of this. I do not see your objectives and my objectives as being the same thing. You're done. You're out. Anything you have to say is dead to me. Dead. Over. We do not have the same objectives. I'm here for something different than you. If you just want a leg up so you can get out of this play, screw you. Because that's not what I'm here for. I want to see changes in this market, and I want to see MOASS. And the only way we're going to get the changes in the market is through MOASS, not a leg up. So I'm throwing it out there. I will protect this community and what it stands for. Did you get the invite to Mass Learn? We live 9 Wednesday. I don't believe so, but I'll have to check and see on my break. I feel like when I go on those rants, who said that? NC Proud Ad. When I go on those rants, I feel like Willy Wonka. Good day, sir. You get nothing. Zilch. Nada. Good day, sir. I'm just saying. I mean, it's just that's what I feel like. It's just kind of one of those moments where it's just like, no, you screwed up. You're done. It's over. Goodbye. Please pull forward. It's just what I. You lose. It's just how I feel. It's how I feel. I feel very passionate about this community. I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing for free if I didn't feel this passionate. I feel very, very strongly about this. But and that's why I went to him in a DM first, right? I'm not going to go to the in front of a whole community and be like, "No, you're wrong." Warning flags and all that kind of stuff because you know what? It's better to have that conversation private and say like, "Hey, look, here's an alternative viewpoint. What do you think about this? Could this not be the case? Could you not be seeing things just slightly wrong?" I will. I'm not here to destroy people. That's not what I'm here to do. Well, unless they work for hedge funds, but whatever. Is this the AMC Ortex data? I feel like um, I'm not sure. I'm not sure, Biscard. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm gonna type something in here to Biscard real quick. Man, ABC, you have no idea. You have no idea. My wife would agree with you. Oh, I'm so sorry. Did I leave CEI days? Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Biscard, thank you so much. I apologize. Let me correct that mistake. And sorry for not understanding. It's hard. It's in a chat message for me. It's sometimes difficult to understand. There you go. I severely apologize for that. That is my mistake. I was just showing something to people and then forgot to change it back. Thank you, Chris, for pointing it out to me as well. Biscard, thank you so much for that. That is not AMC. That was CEI's data. You're welcome, sir, and or ma'am. I don't know. I don't presume to know which, but Ape, thank you for pointing that out to me. I do appreciate that, and I apologize. I'm telling you, ABC, I spent a lot of time on this. I spend a lot of time. I really I try to make myself knowledgeable as much as I possibly can. I don't even, you know where I feel more than anything, ABC? There is so much information f- uh, coming at me constantly that I try to keep you guys as informed as possible. And sometimes you guys are the ones that remind me about things that I need to talk about. I feel like I need to carry around with me like a constant a notepad or something that I can just scribble down notes and say like talk about this, talk about this, talk about this. Now there is so much. There's so much information, and I feel like I'm constantly like trying to keep this like mental tab. My mental tab in my brain is about as crazy as tabs on my computer screen. And no joke. Oh, son of a gun. There you go. There's my mental tabs. I got a lot of mental tabs in here. On Wednesday? Okay, Gary, I'll contact them. Yeah, no problem, sub or boss, which I think boss would be better. I like boss. No problem, boss. Um, Peter, I think we're not getting drove down again. I think we're driving up. We're up 1.68%. We are up 1.68%. Notice this. The VIX is up 2.03%. What do you think's losing money right now, guys? How much you want to bet it's probably blue chips? You know, I never looked it up yesterday. It was really funny to me. I never once looked this up yesterday. I'm gonna take you guys over to the other screen. But I don't remember if you recall, but we were like down like 2.5, 3% in all three of the indexes. But we were still over 2,000 advanced, like 2,600 advancers to high fours, low fives, decliners. And I kept saying to you guys that if I had to guess, the only way that we would be down that much across all three indices and be still have that many advancers still, the market not necessarily being on fire, in my opinion. The only way that could be the case is if the blue chips were failing. Well, I got on a space call last night, and lo and behold, somebody started mentioning, the blue chips were just absolutely tanking yesterday. Why? Why are the blue chips tanking? Anybody? Can you guess the reason? Why specifically are blue chips tanking? You're dancing all around it. I'm not going to go with margin calls. I don't think Ukraine. But robbing Peter to pay Paul is very, very, very close to how I would say it. I think ABC gets the win on that one. Mohammed, bingo, bingo. How can the VIX go up and AMC go up? Negative beta. Ooh, man, got it. Sammy, you're also right. You're also correct. The overpriced bubble of a lot of the blue chips is starting to burst. You're 100% right about that. That is the case. The only way that you can have overinflation of stock prices, like if you wanted to pull up the OBV, right? You know how I've shown you guys OBV in comparison to AMC and how we have the OBV numbers are much, much higher than the stock price because we're deflated in price. If you go to something like Amazon or one of the other blue chip stocks that are out there and you look at it, price is way above OBV. It doesn't support the price. They're overinflated. All the blue chip stocks that are out there are just completely overinflated, and you're seeing a bubble. You're seeing liquidity being grabbed from where there's the most liquidity, and that's where it's most overinflated in the market. The money's getting taken away from them over the fat. The fat's being trimmed. That's what's happening. Real Rugged says I should play the Willy Wonka clip. I don't see it. I'll tell you what, Real Rugged, I'm giving you the moderator status long enough for you to go ahead and plug that in there. Nosa says neon gas is used to produce semiconductors in Ukraine. It is the prime producer worldwide. Russia wants to take control to cut U.S. companies to produce. So Nosa, the one thing that I will tell you, I worked in the semiconductor field for almost my entire life, and I'll tell you right now that neon is not as crucial as you would think in the semiconductor world. If you want to know what the most crucial semiconductor resource needed besides silicon, that's the highest one. But the second highest, like a gas, in terms of a gas, one of the biggest gases that is highly needed in the semiconductor field is helium. Helium, super becoming. Do you remember how they cut the float in New York one year because of helium shortages? This is like many years ago. There is only 2 main production locations in the entire world for helium. 2. I'm not saying that there's only 2. There's only 2 main big production sites. When one of them goes down, massive chip shortages everywhere. Everybody starts cutting back on helium. Helium is so important, massively. I don't know the location on the 2 helium facilities. Thank you, Rugged. I'm going to play this, like, right now, just because I want to. That's kind of like one of my more favorite scenes in Willy Wonka. Hold on a second here. Oh, no. Come on.
When does he get it?
Hold on one second. I'm not sure. Hopefully I don't get like some kind of copyright strike. I can see that happening. Oh man. Copyright strike. You played Willy Wonka. Let me make sure the sound levels are good here.
When does he get it?
He doesn't.
Why not?
Because he broke the rules.
What rules? We didn't see any rules, did we, Charlie?
Wrong, sir, wrong. Wrong, sir, wrong.
I like it.
Wrong, sir, wrong. Wrong, sir, wrong. You lose a contract signed by him. You get washed. You get sterilized. You get nothing. Good day. You lose. Wrong, sir, wrong. I said wrong, sir, wrong. You get wrong, sir, wrong. I said wrong, sir, wrong. You lose. Black and white, all there. Black and white, all there. Black and white, all there. Clear as crystal. You lose. Good day, nothing. You get 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 nothing. You get
Oh, that's my favorite part.
you get nothing. Clear as crystal. You lose. Black and white, all there. Black and white, all there. Black and white, all there. Clear as crystal. You lose. Fax mentis incendium gloria culpum memo bis punitor della etc. You're a swindler. Wrong, sir. Wrong. You're a cheat.
I love his hair. So whenever I go on one of my rants, that might be fun to play, but not that long. But I mean, seriously, like, to be honest with you guys, it's probably the first time I feel like I've ever had to say something like that. Well, no, there's been more than once, but it's very rare for me to come out fighting, fighting for the community, just because I really think that more often than not, it's just better to just stay quiet and just let somebody have an opinion. But this was more than that. This turned into videos. My best friend's aunt is the Blueberry Girl. Oh man, I would love to meet Gene Wilder. I think, did he pass away? I can't remember if he passed away or not. I think, yeah, he did. 2016. I was pretty sure that he did, but I couldn't remember for a fact. I would have loved, I should have, I wanted to rephrase, I want to rephrase that. I would have loved to have met Gene Wilder. Man, what a cool guy. Schnozzenberries taste like schnozzenberries. It's such a classic movie. It really is a classic. That's actually my sister, one of my sister-in-law's favorite quotes from that movie. Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. I have not checked Ichimoto today. Who said that? Who said that? Casey, did you check? Dog, let's check it, man. It's time. It's time. I'll tell you what, I'm going to go through the numbers, and when I get done with the numbers, we're going to check Ichimoto. So let's check them out. Willy Wonka, the Chocolate Factory. Classic movie. Absolutely classic movie. You have to see it. If you've not seen it, Sammy, check it out, man. It is an American film classic. Absolute classic. Actually, it may not even have been that may not have been an American. I don't know if that was an American film. Now that I think about it, I don't know. It may not have been. Anyways, I digress. Let me refresh Fidelity. We'll get through the numbers here, and Dog really wants to see those Ichimoto numbers. So we'll talk. We'll talk about the Ichimoto. And if you guys are new to this show, it's not really called Ichimoto. We just have fun calling it that because it's just fun. Just go with the flow. I almost played Moto Moto song today, guys. That was almost the song for today, but I had the riddle that I needed to put out there, so it didn't get it. Almost played the Moto Moto song. I like 'em big. I like 'em plumpy. I like 'em round. All right, taking you guys over to the other page. Not fun. Taking a look at the off exchange. 49.92%. That's almost exactly where I would expect this to be for the off exchange at this time of the day. EDGX is currently at 12.31, which is exactly where I would expect to see it at this time of the day. So it's kind of, those are normalish numbers, not low at all. And that's kind of surprising with SSR being tripped. Very, very surprising. So let's see what's going on inside Ortex. An hour ago, there was 1.76 million shares borrowed according to Ortex. It's now 1.73, so not really much of an impact. So the estimated current short share interest of the free float is still at 20.84%. Taking a look at options. On the call side, at a $15 strike price an hour ago, there was 2.6 thousand contracts. There's now 4.5. They're in the money. An hour ago, at a $13 strike price, there was 3.6 thousand contracts. 13 is no longer the put highest volume. It's now 14.5. And instead of 3.6 thousand contracts, there's now 4.9 at 14.5. So the market's starting to signal for these are actually really good numbers, guys. I'm seeing really good stuff here. I'm seeing such good numbers here that I'm starting to stutter. These mouth exercises, these mouth gymnastics. I'm really liking these numbers. Let me pull over a few pages here and we'll take you guys over to the other side. And orders by Fidelity customers, AMC and GME are not in the top 10. AMC had moved up to like 17th or 14th earlier this morning. Still at 17th, I guess. I think it was 17th. We're still there at 17th. We have 74% buys to 26% sales. GME was in 30th and has moved to 29th position with a very strong 78% buys to 22% sales. Looking super good, GME. How many shares have been borrowed so far for the day today? In the last hour, none. Total amount of shares borrowed so far for the day today, 2.85 million. Calls, 2,000 contracts are in the money on the calls. 15.9 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. I don't like seeing, wait a minute, did I not refresh this? No, I did. Over 100K out of the money calls. I don't like that. I want to see it under 100. SSR trigger price would be at 13.69 and SSR is on for the day today. The markets. The NASDAQ is up 0.16, Dow Jones is breaking even, and the S&P 500 is at 0.02. We have more advancing stocks than declining, with 4,095 advancing and 3,386 declining. The VIX is up 1.12, IWM is up 1.32, Tesla is up 2.39, Amazon down 2.23 rather. Cinemark is up 3.46, Doge is up 0.32, Bitcoin is up 2.24, GME is up 5.41, Hood is up 1.05, and AMC is up 3.65. Outflow versus inflow, we currently have 5 more million in outflow than in inflow. And volume. Our volume currently at 15.31 million shares having been traded after 95 minutes. Which puts us at 62.85 million shares being traded for the day. I suggested that the volume would be somewhere around 15 to 35 million. Might end up being a little bit on the low side. All right, I need to record the bottom on this. We'll take a look at the Ichimoto here in just a second. Let me just record this number. 1438. So we need a 15% increase off that to know where the hard line is for our price moving up. So 14.38. 1653. I'm going to move this line oops, come on, to 1653. That's the line that we need to break through in order to have what I would consider to be a correction on this last synthetic price failure. How many times did we test this? Once, twice, and we broke through on the third try. They found some new bottom, tested it once, twice, and it looks like they're not testing it. It depends on whether or not we break through 1653. They could still test this line again one more time before letting this run back up. So this still could drop back down to 1442-ish. We'll have to just watch and see what happens. Let's take a look at the time intervals, and then we'll get our Ichimoto up there. On our vortex indicator, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on the daily interval with RSI of 39.65. On the hourly interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 44.53. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 51.15, which is right down the middle. And on a 5-minute interval, more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 58.11. Looks like we got really close to going out there. So it looks to me like now would be what you might consider like a pennant before seeing another run up, possibly. So we'd be looking at maybe an hour's worth of data. So yeah, real close to an hour's worth of data. So expect maybe about an hour's worth of sidewards trading if this is going to be a flag and pennant, a flagpole / pennant situation where we have more upwards gains. So a breakout possibly around like 11, 12 Eastern Standard. And let's put our Ichimoto cloud up here. Going to the 1 hour on the Ichimoto. Not even close. This is going to need some work. This is going to need to see a big reversal in order for this to change. But price could drive through. You want to see price, or it will probably drive through the thinner portions of the cloud, much like how we drove through right here, through the thinner portion of the cloud, not the thick portion. Again, driving through the thinner portion of the cloud here. Thinner portion of the cloud, thinner portion of the cloud. This was actually a drive through the thicker portion, which is unusual. But you usually see it and going through the thinner portions of the cloud. So if we were going to see a run up in price, it would probably need to be either today or the very beginning of tomorrow to run through the cloud. Otherwise, you might be looking at some longer period of time where we sustain our price where it's at. Looking at a 4 hour, needs more work. All right, so what are some of these numbers in here? What are some of these numbers? In order to see a correction on this, we need to see at least like 1750 over the next 2 days. Let's check that on the 1 hour and see if that applies as well. Yep, that applies as well for today and tomorrow. So I'm going to put my other blue line at 1750. So our first move that we need to make is through 1653. If we can drive through that, and I'm not just talking about just a little tiny touch kind of thing and slowly roll past it, it really needs to drive hard through 1653. If it drives hard through 1653, we have a correction from our synthetic price settler. It also resets synthetic price settler, meaning that any point past 1653 that it drives through, we then have the opportunity to be able to be shorted back down to a 20% loss. So be ready for that. Anytime it goes past a 20% mark, it's got an opportunity to move back. 1750 on the other hand is what we need to achieve. If we can break past 1750, that's what we need to achieve for either the end of the day today or the beginning portion of tomorrow, like the first half of the day tomorrow. Those are the numbers we got to break through to get buy support from day traders. Yeah, Remtax says I believe it was British. I think it was too. I don't know why I said American. It's not because I really don't think that it is when I think about it. Gary says donuts. Yeah. Hey, you're on to me, Gary. You're on to me, man. American movie filmed in Germany. Okay. Well, that's good to know. I wasn't sure. I mean, you can definitely feel that it has a feel of being in Europe, um, just based on the accents and everything. But Einstein says the VIX on the monthly chart wants to explode. Tano, if you guys want me to stream the Biden speech, I can. Absolutely. Let me check it out and see what time that's going to be at. So I've got it set up to play when it does. It says shortly. 10:45. Okay, so it says we will begin shortly. It says 10:45 Eastern time. That would have been a half hour ago. So yeah, it's it's hard to be on time. All right, I will definitely stream it. We are keto. We are green. It's nap time. It's my nap time. Hey, hey. I don't care which side of the aisle you're on. Naps are important. They are important. Once you've had kids, you understand the quality of nap time. As my brother-in-law and sister uh, already know, but are finding out, even more so the case. Keto says he's gonna. Actually, Keto, I'm assuming you're a he, but Keto's gonna stay away today. Gonna start a new book later. Take care. Don't have a good day. Have a great day, Keto. Take care, my friend. Enjoy the book. Let us know how it. Don't tell us how it turns out. Tell us what you read and and if it's good or not. Let me put up a little bit of technical analysis here. Let me just kind of look at the charting. Let me see if I can get an idea for where we're headed to here. Get rid of this because it really kind of looks like we're on a ascending wedge, which I would doubt would turn into a price rising, volume falling. This will more than likely break out going down. And it could actually be imminent breaking out going down. And the reason I say that is because we're hitting a support line right now. A lot of times you see consolidation right here where there's a support line. You'll see consolidation happening and then it'll just kind of trade sideways and then break out going down. So it'll either happen here or maybe potentially a little bit further. Joe, I'm good, man. I'm good. Will do, Anthony. I will start tracking those. And let me just check real quick to see if Weeble got back to me. Nope, they have not gotten back to me. So I replied back to them. Oh no, they did. This one refers to the summation of the value of all trades during the trading day. If there's, okay, they just basically repeated the exact. They're just cutting and pasting. They're saying the summation of the value of all trades. So I added, okay, actually, I don't want my question to go through to them that I just put. They're saying that the value of the trades is 107 million. So here's the problem I have with that. If we've traded 16.54 million shares and you took the highest price that we've been at today at 1580, right? Let's just do the highest price just for argument's sake. What was the number again? 72.62 million. Divide that by 15.8 and you only get 4.5 million shares. See, every time I submit a question to them, they do that to me. They don't like me. They don't like me asking questions. You ask questions, we shut you down. No ask questions. Not allowed. It's insane. Hmm. I can ask. I asked too many questions. I already asked two. I'm only allowed two per week. Two. We shut you down. So I just divided. Okay, so if turnover is the amount of money that's traded hands, so let's just assume that it's money. then if you take the highest price that we've been at today, 1580, and divide that by the amount of shares that are showing up here, because it's saying value of the summation, right? So then that would be it would be 4.5 million shares traded. And we've traded well over that. We've traded 16.69. So let's go with the lower number. We'll go with the lowest number for the day today, and we'll see how that works out. So turnover is 108.83 divided by 1438. That comes up with 7.56 million shares traded. So the most amount of shares that could have been traded for the day today is 7.56, but we're showing 16.7. That is not accurate information. It cannot possibly be the case unless shares were traded at much lower values. In fact, let's just try and figure out how would I do this? Oh yeah, you just take the two numbers divided by each other, right? 109 divided by 16.7. That would assume that stock price was 652 a share. I just submitted another question. It's gonna shut me down again. Oh, Remtax says, what about someone exercising? That's a great point. No, that's a really good point. No, you're onto something there because that you do have to account for. No, you're absolutely right, Remtac. I think you're right. You would have to include that. You would have to include the options as well, I think, into those numbers. Oh, that would get messy. I don't even. That would make for a very complex formula, and I wouldn't even know where to begin. Biden speaking? He sure is. I have it on mute. Hold on a second, guys.
Be part of subsidizing Putin's war. States is Today, I'm announcing the United States is targeting the main artery of Russia's economy. We're
Ooh.
banning all imports of Russian oil and gas and energy. That means Russian oil will no longer be acceptable at U.S. ports, and the American people will deal another powerful blow to Putin's war machine. This is a move that has strong bipartisan support in the Congress and, I believe, in the country. Americans have rallied to support their Ukrainian people and made it clear we will not be part of subsidizing Putin's war. We made this decision in close consultation with our allies and our partners around the world, particularly in Europe, because a united response to Putin's aggression has been my overriding focus, to keep all NATO and all of the EU and our allies totally united. We're moving forward with this ban, understanding that many of our European allies and partners may not be in a position to join us. The United States produces far more oil domestically than all the European countries combined. In fact, we're a net exporter of energy. So we can take this step when others cannot. But we're working closely with Europe and our partners to develop a long-term strategy to reduce their dependence on Russian energy as well. Our teams are actively discussing how to make this happen, and today we remain united. We remain united in our purpose to keep pressure mounting on Putin and his war machine. This is a step that we're taking to inflict further pain on Putin, but there will be cost as well here in the United States. I said I would level with the American people from the beginning. And when I first spoke to this, I said defending freedom is going to cost. It's going to cost us as well in the United States. Republicans and Democrats understand that. Republicans and Democrats alike have been clear that we must do this. Over the last week, I've spoken with President Zelensky several times to hear from him about the situation on the ground and to consult and continue to consult with our European allies and about U.S. support for Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. Thus far, we've provided more than $1 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Shipments of defensive weapons are arriving in Ukraine every day from the United States, and we, the United States, are the ones coordinating the delivery of our allies and partners of similar weapons, from Germany to Finland to the Netherlands. We're working that out. We're also providing humanitarian support for the Ukrainian people, both those still in Ukraine and those who have fled safely to a neighboring country. We're working with humanitarian organizations to surge tens of thousands of tons of food, water, and medical supplies into Ukraine, and with more on the way. Over the weekend, I sent Secretary Blinken to visit the border between Poland and Ukraine and to Moldova to see what the situation was firsthand and report back. General Milley, Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of our Defense Department, was also in Europe, meeting with his counterparts and allies on NATO's eastern flank to reassure them, those countries bordering Russia, NATO countries, that we will keep our NATO commitment, a sacred commitment of Article 5. The Vice President Harris is going to be traveling to meet with our allies in Poland and Romania later this week as well. I've made it clear that the United States will share in the responsibility of caring for the refugees so the costs do not fall entirely on the European countries bordering Ukraine. And yesterday I spoke with my counterparts in France, Germany, and the United Kingdom about Russia's escalating violence against Ukraine and the steps that we're going to take together with our allies and partners around the world to respond to this aggression. We are enforcing the most significant package of economic sanctions in history, and it's causing significant damage to Russia's economy. It has caused Russian economy to, frankly, crater. The Russian ruble is now down to 50%, by 50% since Putin's announced his war. 1 ruble is now worth less than 1 American penny. 1 ruble is less than 1 American penny. And we're preventing Russia's central bank from propping up the ruble and to keep its value up. They're not going to be able to do that now. We cut Russia's largest banks from the international financial system, and it has crippled their ability to do business with the rest of the world. In addition, we're choking off Russia's access to technology like semiconductors and sap its economic strength and weaken its military for years to come. Major companies are pulling out of Russia entirely without even being asked, not by us. Over the weekend, Visa, MasterCard, American Express, they all suspended their services in Russia, all of them, joining a growing list of American and global companies from Ford to Nike to Apple. They've suspended their operations in Russia. The U.S. Stock Exchange has halted trading of many Russian securities. And the private sector is united against Russia's vicious war of choice. The U.S. Department of Justice has assembled a dedicated task force to go after the crimes of Russian oligarchs. And we're joining with our European allies to find and seize their yachts, their luxury apartments, their private jets, and all their ill-begotten gains to make sure that they share in the pain of Putin's war. These, by the way, are giant yachts. You've put some of them in your press. I mean, some of them are, I think I read one was over 400 feet long. I mean, this is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The decision today is not without cost here at home. Putin's war is already hurting American families at the gas pump. Since Putin began his military buildup on Ukrainian borders, just since then, the price of the gas at the pump in America went up 75 cents. And with this action, it's going to go up further. I'm going to do everything I can to minimize Putin's price hike here at home. In coordination with our partners, we've already announced that we're releasing 60 million barrels of oil from our joint oil reserves. Half of that, 30 million, is coming from the United States. And we're taking steps to ensure the reliable supply of global energy. We're also going to keep working with every tool at our disposal to protect American families and businesses. Let me say this. To the oil and gas companies and to the finance firms that back them, we understand Putin's war against the people of Ukraine is causing prices to rise. We get that. That's self-evident. But, it's no excuse to exercise excessive price increases or padding profits or any kind of effort to exploit this situation or American consumers, exploit them. Russia's aggression is costing us all. And it's no time for profiteering or price gouging. I want to be clear about what we'll not tolerate. But I also want to acknowledge those firms and oil and gas industries that are pulling out of Russia and joining other businesses that are leading by example. This is a time when we have to do our part and make sure we're not taking advantage. Look, let me be clear about two other points. First, it's simply not true that my administration or policies are holding back domestic energy production. That's simply not true. Even amid the pandemic, companies in the United States pumped more oil during my first year in office than they did during my predecessor's first year. We're approaching a record levels of oil and gas production in the United States, and we're on track to set a record of oil production next year. In the United States, 90% of onshore oil production takes place on land that isn't owned by the federal government. And of the remaining 10% that occurs on federal land, the oil and gas industry has millions of acres leased. They have 9,000 permits to drill now. They could be drilling right now, yesterday, last week, last year. They have 9,000 to drill onshore that are already approved. So let me be clear. They are not using them for production now. That's their decision. These are the facts. We should be honest about the facts. Second, this crisis is a stark reminder to protect our economy over the long term, we need to become energy independent. I've had numerous conversations over the last 3 months with our European friends of how they have to wean themselves off of Russian oil. It's just not tenable. It should motivate us to accelerate the transition to clean energy. This is a perspective that our European allies share, and the future where together we can achieve greater independence. Loosening environmental regulations or pulling back clean energy investment won't, let me expand, will not lower energy prices for families. But transforming our economy to run on electric vehicles powered by clean energy with tax credits to help American families winterize their homes and use less energy, that will help. And if we do what we can, It will mean that no one has to worry about the price of the gas pump in the future. That'll mean tyrants like Putin won't be able to use fossil fuels as weapons against other nations. And it will make America a world leader, manufacturing and exporting clean energy technologies of the future to countries all around the world. This is the goal we should be racing toward. Over the last 2 weeks, the Ukrainian people have inspired the world, and I mean that in a literal sense. They've inspired the world with their bravery, their patriotism, their defiant determination to live free. Putin's war has caused enormous suffering and needless loss of life from women, children, everyone in Ukraine. Both Ukraine and, I might add, Russians. Ukrainian leaders, as well as leaders around the world, have repeatedly called for a ceasefire, for humanitarian relief, for real diplomacy. But Putin seems determined to continue on his murderous path, no matter the cost. Putin's now targeting cities and has been targeting cities and civilians, schools, hospitals, apartment buildings. Last week, he attacked the largest nuclear power plant in Europe with an apparent disregard for the potential of triggering a nuclear meltdown. He has already turned 2 million Ukrainians into refugees. Russia may continue to grind out its advance at a horrible price, but this much is already clear. Ukraine will never be a victory for Putin. Putin may be able to take a city, but he'll never be able to hold the country. And if we do not respond to Putin's assault on global peace and stability today, the cost of freedom and to the American people will be even greater tomorrow. So we're going to continue to support the brave Ukrainian people as they fight for their country. And I call on Congress to pass the $12 billion Ukraine assistance package that I have asked them for of late. Ukrainian people are demonstrating by their physical courage that they are not about to just let Putin take what he wants. That's clear. They'll defend their freedom, their democracy, their lives. And we're going to keep providing security assistance, economic assistance, and humanitarian assistance. We're going to support them against tyranny, oppression, violent acts of subjugation. People everywhere, and I think it's maybe even surprised some of you all, people everywhere are speaking up for freedom. When the history of this war is written, Putin's war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. May God bless all those heroes in Ukraine. And now I'm off to Texas. Thank you very, very much. I know there's a lot of I know there's a lot of questions, but there's a lot more that has to be made clear, and I'm going to hold on that until we get more information. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I don't even know what to say. I mean, I'm not here to create political division. I'm just not. I'm here for AMC. You know, let's tackle AMC first and then I can move on to other stuff. I don't have an answer. I don't have an answer. I mean, I know, like, I guess number one, what I would say is first and foremost, we have to protect democracy first and foremost. Where democracy is in trouble, I think it's our responsibility to protect it. So beyond that, I don't know. I just don't really want to say anything. Pebbles said something about bringing somebody on a stream. Bringing who? You know, see, Anthony and that's the one reason why I don't want to bring up like political divisions within the group, right? Like I understand that people have their preferences in who would or who is president, and that's not what we're here for. We're not here to debate that stuff, and so I'm not here to try and piss anybody off with my opinion about what I think should or shouldn't be. Um, I want to stay focused on AMC. That's what I want to stay focused on. I know there's crazy, stupid things happening all over the world. We can talk about this stuff another time. Quite honestly, you know what I'm tired of? Here's me getting on my soapbox. What I'm tired of is I'm tired of seeing people run for office who shouldn't even be running for office, period. It doesn't matter which side of the aisle. Like, why are our choices so poor? Why do we not have good choices for presidencies? Why? Surely we can do better. There must be. There must. I hope. I hope for our future of our country that there has to be better choices because the choices that we've been given for a while have been pretty bad. Pretty bad choices. I want to see a new era. I want to see a new group of younger, brighter, more opportunistic, more centralist figures who want to see America grow and not necessarily America growing ahead and faster than everybody else, but just, a sense of globalized growth. I don't know. I feel like we get really poor choices when it comes to uh, choices on who we can vote for. Doesn't matter, both sides. And I think that's something a lot of us can agree on. I think a lot of us can agree on that. Good people aren't allowed. Maybe not. You know, you're right, Salty. The press really does rip apart good candidates. I don't feel that way, Pebbles. I don't feel that way. Like in these chat rooms, like we seem divided in this chat room. But if we were all in person, if we were all in person sitting right here, I think we could come to I feel like we could come to some agreements, right? In a chat room, you're not facing a person. You're just an idea. But when you're facing real people and you're sitting side by side, and there's not that dividing wall of an internet connection between you and somebody else that's there, uh, you can have a connection with those people, right? How do I know? We have a division right now in this topic, but yet we're still all here and talking. We're here and we're talking because we have something in common, and it's the things that we have in common that we're trying to look for change or good things to happen that unites us. And I think people are still willing to talk, believe it or not. They're still willing to talk, but it's this divide between you. You guys are all talking in a chat room here, and you're chatting, and you're just ideas. You guys haven't really like made the bond, the connectional bond of seeing each other, of seeing somebody, who has kids, of seeing somebody. You're not like actually in somebody's life. When you actually sit down and you get to know somebody, it doesn't matter whether they're Republican or Democrat. It makes no difference. You can enjoy that person regardless of whether of what their political standpoint is, because they're a person. I don't know. There is this wall, this internet wall that causes this division between us because again, it's just that idea. But when you actually sit down and work with somebody to try and figure out how to make things better, you can. Janice says, I shook Arnold Schwarzenegger's hand and it was normal, but very soft and lotioned up. Interesting fact. Well, I think this is a fact, Jana, but I'm not 100% certain. Do you know those Planet Hollywood restaurants? I went to one, I think it was in California, in Los Angeles, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And there were handprints of different actors in the wall. And my hand matches Arnold Schwarzenegger's hand, like it was like a glove. Like I put my hand into it, and it just fit perfectly, like right into it. I was just like, holy crap! Because I mean, when you look at Arnold Schwarzenegger on film, on camera, and everything, he's just this massive beast, and you go like, there's no way my hand could be the same size as Arnold Schwarzenegger's. I'm not a well, I am kind of a massive beast, but in a different kind of way. But I'm not an. Let's look up how tall Arnold Schwarzenegger is. I'm just kind of curious. I don't actually know how tall he is. Yeah. See, he's a monster. 6'2". I'm 5'10". Big difference. But we have the exact same hand size. And one of the things that Jana, that my wife says, is she loves how soft my hands are. I think I have something in common with Arnold Schwarzenegger. Soft, big hands. Must be a thing. Must mean something. Maybe it is. Maybe it is GD, but I don't know. Yeah, we saw that go around yesterday, and I was seeing reports that that wasn't necessarily the case. I figured I'd give it time for it to show up on Ortex. I haven't gotten a Fintel report, and usually I do. Pebble says, "Are you Arnold's?" I'm nowhere. Oh, thanks, Pebbles. Oh man. GD, I will never disagree with the fact that I have that in some ways I'm naive and also um, view I choose to view things better in life. I choose to see people in a better light than they should probably be given. I guess maybe that's the best. I don't know what the best words are for using it, but I choose to see people better. I choose to believe in humanity. I choose to believe in fellow humans and being good. And it's not always the case, and I know that. I know that I'm that guy. I'm the guy who walks into a company when he was, 18 years old or 19 years old, walks into a company, starts working for the company, and believes the HR is on my side. I'm that guy. I've learned, I've learned over time that HR is not on your side, but I choose to believe until proven wrong, and humanity has definitely proven me wrong several times. But I still choose to believe in humanity and in the good faith of people. And I think that's part of the reason why I'm here, right? I choose to believe in people holding AMC, and I see that it's working. So I'm going to still continue to believe in humanity. That's one I'm not going to give up on, no matter how many times I'm proven wrong. No homo pebbles. Love you too, man. Do you know why I have soft hands? Because I worked in the semiconductor industry for so many years. I worked 12-hour shifts wearing gloves constantly. So my hands were always sweating inside the gloves. And so they just, over time, they become very, very soft hands. It's okay, Joe. It's okay to be opposite. It's what makes you you, right? I value that. I value the fact that you have a hate for people until proven wrong. I value that. That's fine. It's okay to be that way. It just means that you've had life experiences that are different than mine, and that's okay. It's not wrong. It's just different. I guess what I'm trying to say, guys, is you can fight about these issues in here if you want to, but it's not going to go anywhere. You're just going to continue to disagree because you're not sitting in front of each other. You're not sitting in front of each other. You're just behind a computer internet connection, and you don't have a real connection with the person you're arguing with. If you want to really have this talk, go get a space room, maybe talk with real voices, and don't fight each other about it, but actually try to discuss things. Try to logically come to a conclusion that can be worked out instead of just arguing points. Because you're not going to win anybody over by just arguing. You have to actually debate it and talk about it and try to understand the other person's point of view. It's like some people want to be vegetarians. That's fine. And they can think that being a vegetarian is great for them. I'm okay with that. That's their choice. Let's see where we're going here. We got about 5 more minutes until I do the next review. Man, I tell you what though, every single time we play one of those Biden speeches, we end up having some kind of political arguments in here. We don't need to. Looks like I just got a Weeble notification. Did I get a response? We will forward it to the relevant team. Once we get updates, we will get back to you immediately. So I took somebody's suggestion earlier and I asked Weeble for the, let's just cut to the chase and get the formula for that turnover, right? Like, why am I asking the dumb questions when somebody else in here has got the right questions? Who was that? I want to give credit to whoever it was. Red Dog. Great, great response. Ask Weeble for the formula. That's the answer. So I asked, and it looks like they're going to send it to their support team and then get back to me. And I'm going to start, as Anthony requests, I'm going to start collecting the data on the turnover until we get those answers. I'll try to remember to collect the data just before the day ends every single day. If you guys could help to remind me, that'd be great. It's very possible, but we need to see this break past 1653 in order for that to be the case. 1653 really becomes the point at which this is a correction from the run down. It's a 15% increase in price from the bottom. So 1438 being our low, we need to cross and drive through 1653 really firmly, not just a touch off of it. If we just touch on 1653, I can almost guarantee we're heading back down to 1430s. Almost guarantee it. All right, it's time. I'm going to go ahead and do the numbers. We're going to run through everything real quick here, and then I'll see if I can't plot out to see where we're heading to. Taking you over to the other page. And I'm going to take my break, obviously, a little late today, guys. Unfortunately, 2 days in a row doing that to people who probably like listening on their lunches. Right after I got done saying I don't do it very often. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. I sound like Han Solo. It's not my fault. Off exchange. An hour ago was 49.92 and 12.31. Now 51.33, which is higher than our 30-day average, and 11.68 on the EDGX, which is a little bit underneath our 30-day average. Not quite a full percentage point, but close. Those, to be very honest with you guys, I think those numbers are extremely high compared to what I would expect to see on a day where SSR is tripped. So something is definitely going on today. An hour ago, there was 1.73 million shares reported from Ortex as being on loan. There's now 1.66, so that is a little bit of a drop there. That's going to lower the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.83. On the calls, highest amount of volume at $16 strike price. That's up from 15 an hour ago. 4.5 thousand contracts was what it was at 15 an hour ago. It's now 6.1 at 16. On the puts, an hour ago there was It was at 14.5. There was 4.9 thousand contracts. There's now 5.3. But a very close runner-up is 15. Strike. So market's kind of signaling for maybe like a 15.25 closing. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not on the top 10. AMC has slipped a position down to 18th, but still it remains that they have a 73% to 27% buy to sell ratio. I say they like I'm not in it. I don't know why. AMC has. I just don't know why I said they. GME holding 29th position with 75% buys to 25% sell ratio. I guess I meant they as in like the company. They. Shares borrowed in the last hour. Just 100K. That puts us at 2.95 million shares borrowed for the day today. Calls. 4.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 25.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts, and 105. This number's lowering, but it's still over 100K. The Nasdaq is down 0.01, Dow Jones is up 0.22, and the S&P 500 is pretty much breaking even. We currently have more advancers than decliners, with 4,175 advancers to 3,354 decliners. I would suggest to you that since the market's just pretty much remaining neutral, even though we have more advancers than decliners, it's probably the blue chips that are still, again, taking hits. The VIX is down 1.65%. The IWM is up 1.4. Tesla is up 2.94. Amazon down 0.7. Cinemark up 5.39. Doge is down 0.61. Bitcoin is up 1.21. GME is up 5.05. Hood is up 2.28. And AMC is up 3.47. We currently have 1 million more in outflow than inflow. And we're on pace for 49.5 million shares traded for the day today, and I suggested somewhere around 15 to 35 million. My numbers are starting to look better. Price rising and volume falling is not a bull sign though. However, price does continue to remain positive. I'm gonna put this like this. I really feel like we're traveling up an ascending parallel channel. Again, I think this will definitely break out going down at some point. I think we had an attempt to try and break out the upside, but didn't hold. Jana, that sounds yummy. Cinnamon, it sounds yummy but weird at the same time. It definitely sounds like a Sonoma kind of thing. Just saying. It definitely sounds like a Sonoma kind of thing. I can just envision you having like some kind of wine with that as well. You want a free movie ticket, Red? Twitter me, man. Twitter me. I'm gonna hit you up. I'm gonna hit you up. And also, I don't want to blow my load all in one day. On one day here. I have three. I think I have three to give away. Let me just verify it on the A list that you get three. Hold on one second. Let me just check here. Yeah, that's what it says. Yeah. Oh, it's Anthony. That's right, Anthony. If you don't want the offer, Anthony, that's fine. Thank you. I was actually looking at the A list, but if you don't want it, that's cool. And I do appreciate your help, by the way, in the community. I really do. And we don't have to agree on everything. None of us. None of us have to agree on everything. That's how life works. That's the great thing about life. People seeing things from different points of view. I'm just throwing that out there. Not trying to dig up more, but I'm just saying, like, I love you guys. No homo. Remtac says my dad is a grape jelly kind of guy. Strawberry or grape? I don't know. Sometimes I feel like grape and sometimes I feel like strawberry. I'm kind of a mixture. I could probably mix grape and strawberry and be completely happy with it. And I honestly don't know the difference between jam and jelly. I've been trying to figure that out my entire life. I mean, I know what the difference is, but they don't taste any different to me. I'm not a peach fan. I mean, I like peaches, millions of them, but I prefer to eat peaches um, than have jam in it, made of it. Mm. I have never had it with brown sugar, GD. It sounds to me like you were an extremely salty person. Sounds to me like you need a little extra sugar in your diet to help from your calm down your saltiness, which is okay. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is too much. That is going too far, sir. Too far. Good day. That is too far. Brown sugar on top of honey? Come on. There's no way. Although Although, I will say this, what if you were to butter one side of the bread, sprinkle a little bit of the brown sugar into the butter, and caramelize it into the bread before making your peanut butter and honey sandwich? Think about that. Oh, hold on a second. I gotta take a call, guys. Hold on 1 second. Okay, guys, I needed to take that phone call there real quick. That was an important phone call for me. So what I'm going to just tell you guys is that it is time for me to take a break now. So I'm going to go ahead and put up the, I didn't realize I didn't have the information back up on the screen there. I'm going to go ahead and get the break out of the way. What am I putting in? 12 o'clock. Alrighty, so I will see you guys back at 12, and no job offer. No, it's not a job offer. They called to tell me the MOASS started. No, I don't have any insiders. I don't have any Adam Aaron. I'm not talking to Adam Aaron. I don't. Gary Gensler and I, sometimes he graces me with his presence on the channel, but it's only through images. So there's no insider information here. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and take off for this break here, and I'll see you guys when we get back at noon. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
All right, I'm back. I have a confession. I have a confession to you because I know most of the people who are watching right now are people who are dedicated here, so I feel comfortable saying it to just you guys. But here's the deal. It's my wife's birthday 2 days from now, the 10th. I haven't gotten her birthday present yet. I don't know what to get her. I don't know what to get her. Like I've gotten her like so many cool things in the past, and I'm getting to that point to where I'm running out of ideas. I'm running out of ideas. My mom called me and said, "What does she want?" I gave her one of my ideas. My I'm not gonna say who. Somebody else in the family called me up and said, "What does she want?" And I'm like, I don't know. I'm out of ideas. I already gave up my I already gave up my one idea. So I'm screwed. I'm screwed. I gotta go out tonight. I gotta find a gift, and I don't know what to get her. I really don't know what to get her. Oh man. She already has her own. I don't think I don't think that's gonna be exactly what she wants, ABC. I think I need something a little more sentimental. Something a little more sentimental. I can tell you what her hobbies are. She likes makeup. But the thing is that I've gotten her like makeup several times before, and that's usually just kind of like a small side gift. So she's really into makeup and beauty products. But I can't really get her that. I've already gotten her. She has this amazing because she was thinking about doing some YouTube videos a long time ago for makeup, and so I got her this like really nice studio uh, uh, mirror that's got like the professional bulbs and everything, and USB plugins and just all kinds of really cool stuff. Um, she hates massages, so I can't do that. I just saw your message, Salty Dog. I'm gonna have to check that out. Hmm. ABC says surprise her with a makeover. Hmm. I know where she would like to get her makeup done. But see, here's the thing. Like she does, like I'm not kidding you guys. She can do a professional quality job of makeup herself. Like I can guarantee you that she can do better than the people who are working in some of those places. So um, having her own makeup done, she kind of gets a little picky just because, imagine being a pro athlete and then going to like a I don't know, a step down from whatever pro athlete is, and then and having them do your makeup for a night out on the town. You know what I'm saying? Like it's just kind of like, nah, pass. um, no, it's low nosa because I'm talking low. I'm talking super low right now, and I don't even need to. I should just talk normal and not care because. But you're right. The mic is low. I don't know why I'm talking like super quiet. I'm in the moment. I'm in the sneaky moment. Sneak, sneak, sneak. I haven't really bought her a whole lot of jewelry. I don't know that she's necessarily a jewelry type of person. I mean, she doesn't typically wear jewelry. Actually, she's already got her own song. If I and I don't even know. With only 2 days left, it would be really a crunch for me to try and put something like that together. But that's a great idea, though. you never. She's younger than me. You never give away a woman's age, M. Khan, ever. I'm 45. She's younger than me. Oh my gosh. Anthony, that would probably be a winner. That would probably be a winner. But I don't know. I don't know if I can deal with the poo. I'm like, at 45 years old, I'm done. I'm done changing diapers. I'm done cleaning poop piles. And I know it's only for a short period of time, but that is a great suggestion. That is a really good suggestion. The problem is I don't know. She's been wanting a pug dog for a long time, and I don't know if Remtac says get her a house to fix up and tell. We're already in it. We're already in it, Remtac. This is already our current condition. GD says what every mom wants, something that else that eats and poops in the house. Yeah, see, but I think she would like the idea though. I think she would genuinely like that. His name is Doug. All right, let's take a look at our numbers. What's a gulf fish? Oh, a goldfish. I was like, I've never heard of a gulf fish before. All right, let me refresh fidelity here. I don't know why I feel like I got to talk all quiet. I got to talk quiet. I mean, she's sleeping. There's no way she hears me right now. All right, let me take you guys over to the other screen. I'm not going to be able to see what you guys are writing, so hold those thoughts. Okay, starting with off exchange. Get her an ape. For a brief second, I switched back to the page and saw what you guys are writing. Get her an ape. I am the ape. I am the only ape. I am the best ape she'll ever need. Off exchange currently at 51.81. That's higher than the 30-day average and a little bit up from an hour ago. CBOE EDGX is up as well, I believe just slightly, 11.79. Those numbers are extremely high in my opinion, considering the SSR's trip for the day today. Extremely high. Oh boy, look at this. Borrowed shares for the day today. 1.66 million an hour ago to 2.64, so almost a million shares borrowed in the last hour. This is interesting because the total amount of shares that I have reported as being borrowed is 2.95, which means they've only used about 300,000 shares to short with today. What's next? Options. Oh, wait a minute, I forgot to read that one thing. With the increase in borrowed change amount, that's going to increase the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.92. And last but not least, let's talk about these options. Where are they? There they are. On the call side, an hour ago, the highest amount of volume was at $16. It still is. There were 6.1 thousand contracts. There's now 8.8, but it is a very close runner-up at 18. On the put side, up from $14.50 with 5.3 thousand contracts an hour ago. It is now $15 with 7.8 thousand contracts. Giving us the market kind of signaling for like a 1550 close. So it's starting to roll up further and further and further. This is how I would imagine a gamma squeeze would sort of look, where it just starts going up the ladder, right? And price keeps on moving up with the options. This is how I would imagine it looking if this were gamma. I'm not saying it is, but I'm just saying if it were. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME not in the top 10. I think AMC has been 17th for most of the day today. Looks like we've slipped to 20th, but we still have a very strong 71% buy to 29% sell ratio. GME has, it looks like GME's fallen off the list. SSR is tripped for the day today. Shares borrowed in the last hour, none. 4.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls. 25.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. This number is still over 100K. NASDAQ is up 2.47, Dow Jones is up 1.65, and the S&P 500 is up 1.71. The market is definitely advancing with 5,028 advancers to 2,511 decliners. Definitely a change in direction on the volatility in the market, showing currently 9.47% down on the VIX. IWM is up 2.87, Tesla is up 5.34, Amazon is up 1.98, Cinemark is up 6.18, Doge is up 2.18, Bitcoin is up 3.45, GME is up 8.91, Hood is up 5.34, and AMC is up 6.5. One of the, well, I'll mention this in just a second. Regarding inflow versus outflow, we have 1 million more of inflow than we have in outflow right now. Currently, the amount of shares having been borrowed for the day-to-day at 25.62. I can just tell right now, based off of this volume, that I'm pretty sure my number is going to be low, or yeah, low on the volume prediction. We're on pace for about 44.4 million shares traded for the day-to-day. It might be just low. Kind of depends on what happens to it in the end portion of the day today. On the daily interval, we currently have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 42.58. On the hourly, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with a crossover in the last hour, actually the last 2 hours, and RSI at 56.54. On a 30-minute interval, we have more buying pressure than selling pressure with an RSI of 62.15. And on a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 67.79. We're approaching the 1653 mark that I suggested that we needed to blow through. Let me zoom out a little bit here. It looks like we did break out of the ascending parallel channel. That's not really a breakout. It was more like consolidation. So if I were to kind of zoom out just a tad bit here and look at this as like a flagpole slash pennant right here. Basically what you have here is you have price running up from 1140 until 1220, which is 40 minutes. So from 1220 to at 1 o'clock, it should have started running. 1 o'clock is right here, and we did indeed start running just slightly before 1. So we may be on another flagpole slash pennant run up here. We'll have to see how high this goes. I'm going to get rid of this ascending, and we'll see how high this goes. We'll see how high the flagpoles goes and where the pennant forms. Ideally, what we would like to see is jumping up to around maybe like 1640, maybe even 1640 would be perfect. Consolidation at 1640, and then that real hard push through 1653. Those are the numbers we're looking to push through. MCon says buy her one of the oligarchs yachts. We need Remtac. That's actually a really good idea. We sleep. You guys are gonna think this is crazy. We sleep on nothing but a mattress. We have no bed frame. I think she wants a bed frame. I know it sounds really strange. It sounds really, really strange, but we've just never really, uh, I guess, desired it enough to go out and buy one. So maybe I should just go out and buy her a bed frame. We've gone out and looked before, but just never really settled on one. Dang, Keto, you finished a half a book. So what book? Okay, you read 30 Days, Change Your Habits, Change Your Life. That's the thing where you repeat whatever it is. You make a habit by doing something repeatedly for 30 days, and then it becomes a habit, correct? I've heard about that. It should be a pretty good book. Yo, Casey, you're from the ghetto. Well, see, that's what I think, Donkey Kong. That's what I think. If you don't have a bed frame, there's no squeaking going on. You don't even understand ABC. We've been without a bed frame for years, like 4 years. The bed frame did break. Hey, we don't have to go there, Joe. We don't have to go there. We've gone out and looked at bed frames, so I know she'd probably like to get one. Okay, enough of the bed frame stuff, guys. I guess it just never became a priority, honestly. Like, it's never been so much of a priority that either one of us felt like we needed to have one. All right, well, I guess I know what I'm looking up on my break. Don't know how I'm going to hide it. No, I didn't sell it for more AMC. That is funny, though. All right. Let me just check some news here real quick. We live really simple lives. Somebody just said this, and I'm just looking at some of my news here. Who said that about I missed the NFT, the Batman? Oh, it was 2 weeks, bro said it. I wonder if that's the same. I'm seeing a Reddit post here that says, just got my sick rare poster for Batman NFT, one of my favorite Batman NFTs I've seen so far. My wife should be getting one of those because we went to go see the movie. Hey, who was it earlier that it was something dog. Um, Somebody had made a suggestion earlier, and I said a movie ticket, and they didn't contact me. If you need to contact me about that movie ticket, and I know who you are, contact me. No, I didn't jump the gun in room tech. I think if it had been more of a priority, we would have gotten a bed frame a long time ago. Quite frankly, I just hate how they squeak so much. I really do. I don't know. I just don't like it. Got to really crank down those screws. You know what I mean? You got to screw the. Yeah, just never mind. Reverse repos, guys, 1.525 trillion today. 143rd day trilly in a row. So for those of you who were wondering, it sounds like your email possibly has gone out regarding your Batman NFTs. I know I had asked somebody was asking me about that earlier. I think on Sunday, and I was like, I have no idea. Red Dog, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. I have 3 free tickets every week, and I don't go that often. And I'm not trying to start some kind of like giveaway because I want more viewers. I'm just trying to help somebody out. So if you want to go see a movie, man, contact me. Just let me know what movie theater, what time, and movie theater time and movie that you want to see, and I'll get you a good seat and send you the QR code through Twitter, and done deal. Like that's it. Synthetic price break. We've already broken the synthetic price failure trend. That's actually what the blue, white, and yellow lines are here. So we've already broken through that as of yesterday. And so you don't see the way that synthetic price failures are tracked. You don't start tracking new ones downwards. We're only tracking new trends down at this point until we break a 15% increase off of whatever our new low is. So if our new low is 1438, which we have right here, then what we're looking for is we're looking to break 1653, which is a 15% increase. Now I'm not talking about just touching this just a tad bit and then coming back down. It's got to be a full-on breakthrough. Otherwise, we're just tracking new lows. So we're going to continue to track new lows until we break that point of 1653. But all the old synthetic price failure points are right here. The 19.5, the 20%, and the 21.5% down from 1943. Yeah, if you guys need access to a ticket like really fast, really quick, just let me know. I'm your man, Red Dog. And I'm sorry, I'm gonna try to remember your name, Red Dog. I feel like you're kind of more of a newish name to the community, so just give me a chance. I'll recognize it more. You just got to give me, the ADD is the ADD is strong here. It takes me forever to memorize things, but once I do memorize them, they're stuck forever. Some of you guys' names will be forever in my mind. I will never be able to forget them, and it's a sickness. It's a complete sickness that I have this problem. Um, it's terrible. Margin calls in the UK and nickel halted big time today. Chinese bank been margin called over it. Check out New York Angelo vid. It's possible, Einstein. Very, very possible. I mean, no, I'm not even going to say it's possible. I would 100% think that would be the case. I'm not a plug, guys. I'm just trying to give away tickets I'm not using. It's like, not a big deal. 2 weeks. 2 weeks. What was I going to pull up? I was going to pull up something. Somebody said something that made me. I got. Oh yeah. News. Here's the Motley Fool. I got to read these out just because they're so funny to me. Better buy AMC Entertainment versus Netflix. One of these stocks is a screaming buy and the other is a risky gamble. Care to guess which one? Wait. Who's got money? I haven't clicked on it yet. Who's got money that says it's going to be AMC or who's got Netflix? No, I want to know what you think they're going to say. I'm betting on Netflix. I'm just going there. I will be supremely shocked. I just pulled it open. Let's see. Yep, I was right. Yep. Check your emails, guys. Looks like the Batman NFTs are out there. Thanks, Red Dog. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad that you're saying something. I'd rather have you participate in the community than not. It helps me to keep going. It really does. Let me check and see. No, no, Doug the Pug. We're probably gonna go with bed frames. I don't know. I'll decide here in a little bit, but let me see if they sent me a message back. I have not received a message. Let me check my email, make sure I didn't get an email. Because they did say that they were going to be sending me. No email either. Einstein, let's take a look at it. Typically speaking, I mean, it's not that you can't see it on the minute, but sometimes it's harder to see on the minute, and it's much easier when you zoom out just a little bit for the old exploding kittens. I'll tell you which ones are really difficult to see. Some of the exploding kittens that are inverted, which could be inverted kitten ears right here, kind of slanted inverted kitten ears. In fact, this almost looks like a good pair right here. Kitten ears right. Yep, this is one of them right here. This one right here is exploding kittens, followed by a head and shoulders, moving into lower price movement. This one right here, if it's really wonky looking. Like if these were the cat ears right here, and this is the shoulder, and then we had a head, and then an inverted shoulder, it's a really weird looking one because the cat ears are so slanted. I don't know if I would call this the cat ears. And in regards to this being a shoulder and this being a head and then it coming down and this being another shoulder down here, I'm not seeing these would have to be the cat ears right here, and I'm not seeing that. So let me get a screenshot and I'll show you what I'm talking about, just because some of you guys may be having a hard time visualizing this. So cat ears, shoulder, head, shoulder, possibly, right? Or the inverted of that. Which would be a big cat eyeball here, a big cat eyeball here, and then this would have to be like the shoulder, and then we're forming the head, right? And then perhaps like another shoulder, which means that price would actually move upwards. So when I flip this back around the other direction, you'll see it better. So it's hard to say. It could be, but if it is this inverted head and shoulders, the cat ears are really wonky looking, super wonky. But they look better this way, but again, very, very angled. It's not very often that you see them angled this much. In fact, I'd be more inclined to believe that your cat ears are actually these. And that we haven't even formed the head and shoulders yet. But typically speaking, let's go back in history and take a look at some of our more widely known cat ears or exploding kittens and head and shoulders that we've seen from the past. Like, for example, this one right here. This is actually a really popular one right here, in my opinion, because it's actually you've got your cat ears back here, and you've got your cat ears on both the shoulder, the head, and the shoulder. So you've got exploding kittens everywhere. This is probably one of my more favorite ones. But what I want to note is that the shoulder is higher than the shoulder for the head and shoulders starts well above the. Here's another one, well above the exploding kitten. So here's an exploding kitten. The first shoulder actually starts right about the height of some of these candlesticks here. Then you have the shoulder, head, shoulder pattern, price falling. I think there's an inverted exploding kitten in here somewhere that stands out really well too. Just not seeing it. The inverted exploding kittens are much harder to see. Much, much harder. Red Dog says, I'm a single man with soft hands, so I've been banned from our local theater. Wow. Too far, Red Dog. Too far. It's too much. I don't even want to, I don't even want to know. I don't want to know. Well, I mean, I kind of do, but I don't want to know. Just because I think it might be a funny story. Duke of Wall Street said, just got out of my review, Casey, just like your story from past employers. Sorry, no raise for you. Grr. Is it your first review, Duke? I'm just curious if it was your first review. Because, I don't know, man. I didn't have a problem the first time they said that they weren't giving me a pay raise. And actually, that's not what they said. They said, we're going to give you a lower score so that we can give pay raises to some of the people that have been working here longer. Okay. Yeah, in my story, it was my first review. I'd only been there for like 9 months or something like that, or 8 months. It was just enough time for me to get a review and get a pay raise. And they told me like, well, you would get a um, we'd give you a large, you're doing really well, and we give you better ratings, but we want to give some of the newer guys here or some of the older guys here a chance to get a better pay raise since they didn't get a pay raise the last cycle. So we're going to give you a little bit lower scores, but don't take those as bad because you're actually doing really well. We're just going to give you average and a few exceptional ratings. And I was like, yeah, that's no problem. No big deal. I do my work. I don't really care. It's never been about pay for me. It's more about quality of life and making sure that the job gets done. And I know it sounds really contrary to what you're supposed to do, but I fight for my pay before I go in. I don't fight for my pay once I'm there. Just because I feel like my work should be a reflection of what I get. And so I'd already fought for the pay when I got there 8 months prior, and all the guys that had been there for during this really rough period of time for the company hadn't had pay raises the last time, and I was like, yeah, I'll take one for the team, why not? But you know, the problem with that is that I had 6 new supervisors over the next 4 years. And every supervisor that came in, or it was 5 supervisors, something like a lot of supervisors over a very short period of time. And every supervisor that came in who had to do a review for me just simply used the last guy's review to give me a new pay raise. Words slightly changed, but same scores across the board. And so I just kind of went like, well, this is stupid. What do they have these guys here? I mean, their entire job is to figure out what it is that you do for a living, and then they hand you something to fill out your review, right? They tell you like, oh, you got to score yourself, and it's like, what's your job? What are you doing? You should be knowing what I'm doing. You should be reviewing me, not me reviewing myself. I find that so weird. So weird that a company would tell you to review yourself. Why do you have a supervisor? Don't give me a supervisor and I'll review myself. And I'll do my own job. I'll do their job. I'll be my own supervisor. It was messed up. It was very messed up. Einstein says, luckily it appears as though most holders on Twitter are rejecting the notion of diluting this any further. I, you know, half of me didn't. Well, I would have never said anything, Einstein. First off, I'm going to tell you right now, that DM message between me and Esther was going to stay private. And it wasn't until Rico put out his video, at that point, the line's drawn. Now they're making it an issue. They want to escalate. They want to escalate to, let's tell the entire community that this is what we need to do. And that's where I draw the line. I say, no, 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 hold up, hold up, hold up, hold up. Let's take a step back here and let's really see what's going on. And I would have never ever posted that Esther direct message to me had they not taken it to the next level. If they would have just stayed quiet and just kept to themselves with the idea that they wanted to do share dilution, fine. But they took it to the next level. And Esther even put out a poll. Esther even put out a poll saying that, asking what the public thought of doing share dilution should be. And the poll came out like 77, 76, 5, somewhere around 70 something percent of the people want no dilution. So I know it's not necessarily an issue or a topic within the community that we need to be afraid of, but I'm not going to let it escalate. Yeah. Oh, no, no, no. I understand the thesis completely. I completely understand the thesis. And if you go back, Einstein, I'm gonna show you a little, I'm gonna take you down history lane here. Go back and watch the very first interview that Trey did with Adam Aaron. Count how many times on your finger that Adam Aaron says that he wants to have slow, healthy growth. Count how many times on your fingers. You might have to use more than one hand. He's very adamant in that interview with Trey, saying that he wants there to be slow, healthy growth. Go count. Go back and count. You'll see. And so I would say, yeah, that's exactly what they're suggesting, or what their thesis is. And that's share dilution, slow, healthy growth, where you keep getting leg ups by issuing more shares and drawing this out longer and longer and longer. Let's go back and look at Tesla. Let's do it. Let's look. I'm on the monthly. I'm on the monthly right here. To get from $35.40 to $1,243, it's going to take you 2019, June of 2019 until November of 2021. This isn't MOASS, guys. $1,243 a share? That's not MOASS. It's just not. But we're not even at $30. So they want to do this like leg up thing slowly over time. So they want to push this out. The thesis is oh, we'll push this out by diluting more and more shares into the market, and look at how many shares are out on Tesla. 1.03 billion. We're already at half of that amount right now. So how many shares is AMC going to have to issue to try and get to these kind of levels? It's not a winning plan. It's not. GME is a perfect example. and I even came out and called them out on it. And I said, well, why don't you just go look at GME and see what happened with GME? GME didn't do share dilution to get the price to rise. Why do we? You know what GME did do? In December, the month before they squoze, there was a share reduction. Not a whole lot. It was only 50,000 shares. But there was a share reduction of 50,000 shares out of the market. in December, the December before the MOASS. Well, the squeeze that didn't get to fully play out. I don't know, man. I'm not in favor of it. I'll tell you what. I'll make the statement right now. If share dilution occurs in the future of a significant value to where I think that this is going to continue to move out and extend us out much, much further out, I'm going to have to stop recording history. I'm going to have to go out and get a job. And I won't be able to continue to do what it is that I do because I'm going to have to make changes. I'll be forced to make changes. And I don't think that's not what I want to see have happen. I want to see something different happen. See, here's the thing. Ask yourself this. If you don't believe in MOASS, because he said he didn't, if you don't believe in MOASS, what are you going to do the next time you see this leg up? What are you going to do the next time? If you don't believe, if you truly do not believe in MOASS, what are you going to do the next time you see this leg up? I got your answer for you. You're going to sell. So you now tell me who's greedy. No, Rem. Einstein got called greedy when he made a stand. I'm not saying that there won't be a leg up from injecting shares into the market. What I am saying is that we'll extend out our MOASS by a long time. AMC issued 51.5 million shares in June, and we're here now. And I think we're just about getting ready to see the next leg up on this thing. So if 50 million shares puts us out 9 months, right? You could just take 50 million divided by 9. So basically for every 5.5 million shares in dilution, it costs you a month. So if AMC comes in and says, oh, well, we want to have 25 million shares in dilution, that's 5 more months of waiting. 5 more months of waiting. Why? Because we have to buy those shares before we can have a MOASS. And otherwise we just continue to do these little like leg ups. Boris, you're incredibly right. We do have a gambling problem amongst us. 100%. There are people out there right now, Boris, who are extremely upset right now. Extremely upset that their money's tied into this play when they could be making money elsewhere. Extremely upset about that. They see so many opportunities to be making plays in the market right now, and they want to be elsewhere. And so what would provide motive for trying to get a leg up? It's the people who want to try and move out and get their money into other things. They're not really looking for MOASS. That's not what they're here for. They just want to gamble. And we do have people within the community who just want to gamble. They're amongst us. You can see it in the derivatives. Every single day when I drag this page out over here, they are amongst us. Now, I know this is not all retail. I understand that. Don't confuse me when I say, that this is majority retail. I'm not trying to say that at all. I'm not even close to suggesting that this is majority retail. In fact, I know it's not majority retail. every single week when I see these numbers just massively driving up on out of the money calls, retail's part of it. And there's people who are gambling on this. They're completely gambling on this. All you have to do is get out there, get your feelers out there, start listening to people talking, and you can find them. They talk about it. That's what I'm talking about, Boris. It's exactly what I'm talking about. Well, doctor, I can assure you of this. $72 is not MOASS. And if what they're suggesting is that we need to do another share dilution in order to increase it up, another leg up, um, we're not going to be much higher than 70. It'll be like 90, 100 maybe. Is $100 MOASS to you? Because that's all you're going to get out of a share dilution. And then the price will just start coming back down again, very slowly, creeping its way down. Me too, James. Me too. I mean, not right now, but if I had the spare cash, I would be. Exactly, Jeff. That's exactly my point. What they don't understand or what they're not thinking about is they're not thinking about the long-term goals here, right? What are your long-term goals here? It's to make life-changing money, not to just walk away from this thing and go like, yeah, I can go buy a new car. This is about life-changing money. I think a lot of us feel like we could see that. But the problem is that if you have a bunch of people who start thinking about just trying to get out on the next leg up, that's all you're going to get is a leg up. You know, I understand. I totally understand, Alan, but I see the sarcasm. Michael says people don't understand how big this is. That's exactly what I'm saying, man. There are some people in this play that have no idea what it is that they're holding. They have no idea. My grandmother, she's in this on this play, but I don't even think she realizes how big this really can be. I don't think she fully understands. She doesn't have a whole lot of shares. I'm not gonna say how many she has, but she could legitimately walk away with life-changing money with as few shares as she does have. That's it's insane. It's absolutely insane, and she doesn't even realize it. She has no idea. She has no idea the nugget of gold that she's sitting on and how fast that nugget is growing. Remtech says, I just haven't seen anything you've listed that sets him apart. It's meeting fictitious? What are you talking about? feel like you're having a conversation with somebody else and I'm not part of it. Oh, Pebbles. I can't answer the question. The question has been put out there for somebody else to answer. Pebbles is asking, what's X marks the spot? I had a riddle at the beginning of the show today, and I did it twice, both on the opening of the show and after market open, I did the riddle. I changed it up a little bit, but the riddle still applies. I'm hoping that I have an answer from who I need it to be from, and that's gonna be between me and them. But it is a riddle. We've got about 2 more minutes here, and we'll take a look at the numbers. Boy, I'll tell you what. Who said the exploding kittens earlier? Because this is really starting to look a little bit. I mean, it's not the best looking Head and Shoulders I've ever seen in my entire life, but man, it's certainly definitely looking like that. That is the most sloppy looking Head and Shoulders I've ever seen. There's no way this could be that. I just don't see it that way. Ben's Trades, how's it going? Doing good. I hope you're keeping well. Where have I seen the name before? Why do I feel like I've seen this name? I'm gonna feel like an idiot later. I know I've seen your name before, Ben's. Ben's Trades. I gotta look this up. Are you? Hold on a second. I'm really bad with names. So bad.
Well, when does he get it?
Oops. Ah, okay, that's right. I knew I've seen the name before somewhere. I was trying to remember. Yeah, I'm doing good. WM, welcome back. The imaginary Mercedes Benz that I've got out there. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, let me check. Let me check our numbers real quick here. Let's run through everything. So of course I won't be able to see what it is you guys are writing when I'm doing this. So bear with me for just a few minutes here as I go through this. We're gonna burn through the numbers. Taking you guys to the other page. Alrighty, starting with off exchange. An hour ago in the off exchange it was 51.81 and the CBOE EDGX was at 11.79. Let's give that a refresh. We now have 51.26 and 12.04. So the off exchange coming down just a little bit and matching up really close to the 30-day average. The EDGX driving up a little bit. These are, again, I'm going to say it again. These numbers are higher than I would expect with SSR being tripped. Normally, off exchange is not heavily used on days where the SSR is tripped. So I'm really surprised to see this as high as it is. It kind of tells me that we've got a lot of buying pressure going on. Borrowed change amount has driven up once again. An hour ago it was 2.64 million, excuse me, and is now 2.93. That's of course going to raise the estimated short share interest of the free float to 20.94%. Cost to borrow looks like it's kind of rising a little bit, ever so slightly. And let's take a look at these options. On the call side, highest amount of volume currently at a $16 price, which is where it was an hour ago. An hour ago there was 8.8 thousand contracts. There's now 10.9. On the puts, highest amount of volume currently at a $15 strike price. An hour ago there was 7.8 thousand contracts. Now there's 8.3. And moving on. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC and GME are not in the top 10. AMC had fallen down the list a little bit. It looks like we've maybe fallen just a tad bit more. We're currently sitting in 21st position as far as trade volume goes, but we have 70% buys to 30% sales, which is a very nice number, looking strong. GME is not on the list. I don't see it. GME can't come out to play when his shares are locked away. Mainly, it looks like they're returning shares. We have had, it looks like an additional, they returned 100,000 shares and then borrowed them right back again within 45 minutes or so. And then they also borrowed 100K out of the ETFs. No, it's 50K. So 150,000 shares borrowed in the last hour puts us at 3.1 million shares borrowed for the day today. Definitely a rise over the last few days that we've seen. Especially yesterday was only 1.35. So borrow fees is still sitting at 0.8. Currently, we have 4.2 thousand contracts in the money on the calls and 25.7 thousand contracts out of the money on the puts. This number extremely high still for out of the money calls. Trigger SSR is triggered for the day today, and the from yesterday. It would trigger again if we hit as low as 1369 for tomorrow. The Nasdaq is up 0.11. Dow Jones is down 0.03, and the S&P 500 is down 0.2. The market's starting to reverse back the other direction, heading towards red again, with 4,083 advancers to 3,453 decliners. The VIX is no longer down as much as it was down as much as 9%. Now it's back up to 3.54% down. IWM is up 0.92. It's all over the place. Tesla is up 2.83. Amazon is down 0.56. Cinemark is up 3.52. Doge up 0.16. Bitcoin up 1.31. GME up 4.22. Hood up 2.32. And AMC is up 2.17. We currently have 2 million more in inflow versus outflow. And we have traded 28.91 million shares for the day today. Let's just verify and see what kind of pace we're on. We're on pace for about 40.8 million shares traded for the day today. That's about 5 million more than I was predicting this morning when I said 15 to 35 million shares traded for the day. I might just be just underneath just underneath on my prediction. We might hit like 36, 37. It just kind of depends on the end of the day today. Taking a look at the time intervals here. Just looking at the vortex indicator and the RSI, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure on the daily interval with a RSI of 39.75. On the hourly, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 45.68. On a 30-minute interval, we have what appears to be almost imminent crossover with more selling pressure than buying pressure with RSI at 50.39, which is right down the middle. And on a 5-minute interval, we have way more selling pressure than buying pressure and RSI at 43.01. However, price does look like it's starting to turn around the other direction. Looks like we bounced off of 1548 level of support. Ignore my red, white, and blue lines. Those are just the synthetic price failure price points that we were using for tracking off of $19.43 that we came down from. So those will not reset until we've crossed past 1653. And with that, I can read what you guys are saying again. I think a lot of us would be fine with 10,000. But again, I'm telling you guys, like I'm not telling you what to do. It's your money, it's your choice. More than anything, I want to stress that I'm never trying to tell you what to do with your money. It is your money, it is your choice. More than anything, the longer we can all hold, the higher the price goes. This is why indicators are so important of trading off of, because when you have price targets, price floors, price ceilings, all of those things are bad. Super, super bad. Why? Why is it super bad? Because you don't know. You don't know what the future has to hold. You have no idea what people's intentions or emotions are going to cause them to do. So what I'm saying is you don't need to trade off of target numbers. You don't need, because see, if people set up targets across the board, right? Let's just say for example, lots of people set up target prices where they're going to just start selling shares. I'm going to sell shares here at this price, this price, this price. What's that signal going to tell the rest of the market? The rest of the market's going to see that and say, ooh, hey, and guess what? There's going to be large portions of people that are all in the same price ranges, because guess what? People always tend to fall right on certain price points. This is why it's so easy to see prices turning around at certain dollar amounts. They all sell at a certain price point, and you see it. You see it happen, and you're like, hits maybe $1,000, right? Hits $1,000, and you see the price just start dropping like a rock, and you're like, yep, there's people that just sold off there at $1,000. Is it at the end of the squeeze? You won't know. You won't know if it's the end of the squeeze if you're not looking for certain indicators. This is why it's so important for us to look at some of the facts that help us to hold as long as we possibly can. Day over day volume decreasing, dip size over dip size, and price decreasing. Those are the kind of indicators that you're looking for that will tell you when the rest of the market has decided that this is over. They're great indicators because then now you don't have to make a choice on when specifically at what price number you're going to have to exit. you can let everybody else help you to make that choice. There's a wonderful, wonderful, wonderful psychological game show where I saw this guy playing to the end. And he did this. He did this psychological move with this other guy, and they walked away winners. They both walked away winners. But it had to play out just perfectly. If he would have gotten it wrong, they would have walked away losers. And it's one of the coolest things I have ever seen. So let me show you. No, that's a price floor, Steven. No, get rid of that. Get rid of that. You don't want price floors. There is no number. The spoon, there is no spoon, right? Was it called game theory? Ben, I'm going to look it up right now. I'm going to check it out. I want to pull it up, and I just want you guys to see the psychological path that I'm trying to help you guys to understand. If we all decide that we're going to wait to see when we're selling together, then we can hold for a long time, and the price can continue to get higher and higher and higher. If we still have that mentality, we can still exit at a good price when everybody else decides to quit. So there's no flaw in having technical indicators as your trading point. This is how we become powerful. This is next level thinking, guys. This is how you make it as close as you possibly can to the top without losing shares along the way. So let me show you, let me see if I can find this video. This is it. I found it. Golden balls. Somebody said it. Who said it? Who said the golden balls? Who said this? Let me see. Ben Trades. Guess what? I'm giving away movie tickets. If you want a movie ticket, contact me. I'm pulling it up right now. You're 100% right. That's exactly what it was. Golden balls. And this is the most amazing thing, guys. I'm telling you right here. This is the kind of strategy. And I apologize for just blowing your ears out there because I didn't realize the volume was so high. See if I can save you guys. Hopefully I saved you guys.
Golden balls. After a run of big cash balls, Ibrahim and Nick now have £13,600 in front of them. We know they've got it, but the golden question is, can they keep it? Ibrahim and Nick, you now face a very straightforward choice, but it's a choice that could make one or both of you
this is a terrible recording.
Extra wealthy, but it could also lose both of you everything that you have fought for today. They have to decide to split or steal.
Split or steal. So it's a game show. He's gonna explain to you guys. Basically, they're gonna have these balls, right? They have to decide who's going to take the money and if they're going to split the money or if they're going to steal the money. Those are their two choices. And this is absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant what this other guy does on the other side. He plays a psychological game here, and it's absolutely 100% brilliant.
Nick, you have two final golden balls in front of you, and they are the most important golden balls of the game. You each have a golden ball with the word split written inside.
Can you guys hear this?
You both have a ball with the word steal written inside. You will know which is split and which is steal because you're going to have a look. If you both pick the split ball,
Okay.
You split the 13,000.
You can't hear it, so let me find a different version of this. Golden balls. Hold on a second. Let me just find a better version. And I feel like that's the same one I just searched out. Man, that looks like it might be the only recording of that one that I can find. You guys can't hear it, and I can't turn it up because it's got some weird sound going on in the background, some humming. That's sad. Look it up, guys. Oh, you can hear it? Okay. All right, well, I'll go back to it.
Keep it. Abraham and Nick, you now face a very straightforward choice, but it's a choice that could make one or both of you extra wealthy, but it could also lose both of you everything that you have fought for today.
And I want you guys, when you guys think about AMC, I want you to think about it in terms of what they're saying right here, right now. We all have a choice. We all have a choice to fight for this together, or we have a choice to fight for this for ourselves. And I want you to understand that the psychology that's being used right here is the same psychology that I'm telling you about trying to trade off of indicators. By knowing what your fellow is going to do. It is the biggest brain move ever. Total big brains.
They have to decide to split or steal. Abraham, Nick, you have two final golden balls in front of you, and they are the most important golden balls of the game. You each have a golden ball with the word split written inside. You both have a ball with the word steal written inside. You will know which is split and which is steal because you're going to have a look. If you both pick the split ball, you split the 13,600 and you go home with 6,800 each. If one of you chooses the steal ball and the other chooses the split ball, whoever chooses the steal ball goes home with the whole lot, 13,600. But if you both choose the steal ball, you leave today's game with what you came with.
With nothing. With nothing.
It's the
You
ultimate
lose.
test of faith,
Good day,
trust,
sir.
And let's face it, greed. Take a moment to look at the balls in front of you so you know for definite which is split and which is steal, but obviously keep them concealed from each other. Just have a look. Okay. It's the
Look at the
easiest
eyebrow.
choice, but the most difficult one. What I want you to do is to spend half a minute talking to each other about what you both should do. Nick, Abraham.
Abraham, I want you to trust me. 100% I'm going to pick the steel ball. Sorry, you're going to...
I'm going to choose the steel ball.
You're going to take
I want you to do split, and I promise you that I will split the money with you.
Well, after you've took the steel?
Yeah.
You're going to take steel?
Yeah.
I'm going to take split?
Yeah.
So you take the money...
And I will split it with you.
After the show?
Yeah.
This is so big-brained.
Abraham, I promise you I'll do that. If you do steel, we both walk away with nothing. I'm telling you 100% I'm going to do it.
I appreciate that. Right, I'll give you another alternative. Why don't we just both pick split?
I'm not going to pick split. I'm going to steal. Abraham, honestly, 100% I'm going to steal.
It's in your nature to steal.
No, I'm honest, and I'm going to tell you...
You're an honest
I am. That's why I'm telling you I'm going to steal. If you do split, then I will split the money.
I can't see myself doing that.
Okay, well, I'm going to steal, so we're going to leave with nothing.
Where's your brains coming from?
He's smart. That man is... He's so smart.
I know that I'm a decent guy, and I will split the money with you.
Well, we should just both split then.
No, I'm going to do steal.
There is no legal requirement
I know there is.
for him to give you the money.
Of course. If I gave you my word... Now, let me tell you what my word means.
Okay.
My father once said to me, a man who doesn't keep his word is not a man. He's not worth nothing. Not worth a dollar.
I agree.
So...
Abraham, I'm going to steal. So you've got the choice. You either steal, and we both walk away with nothing. Because you know, I've told you my intention, and I've told you that I will split the money with you, Abraham.
If I gave you my word that I was going to split, I would split. And you're going to take steal, so...
The only way you can guarantee to walk away with 6,800
is by
to guarantee that you both put the split ball in. And I do now have to push you for a decision. It's a tough one.
We've lost it. We've lost everything.
Okay. We've lost then.
We're walking away with no money because you're an idiot.
No, that's not true.
You're an idiot. You're an idiot. That's what you are. You're an idiot. You're an idiot. That's what you are.
Those who are telling us right now that we need to share dilution, they are this man right here. They are this man. You're an idiot. I'm not going to be able to walk away with my money because you're an idiot. That's what they're saying. That's what they are literally saying. No, we're going to walk away with this together. Together we're going to walk away with this.
This can go on all night, and these people have got to get up for breakfast. Nick, choose split or steal. Abraham, choose split or steal. Now, please. Choose a ball.
Right, I'll tell you what, I'm going to go with you.
Okay.
I'm going to go with
I promise you I will split it.
You cannot change your balls now. Split or steal? Yes! Congratulations, you have both split and each received £6,800.
Why did you put me through that? Why did you do it for me?
Because you can't trust the other person, GD. You can't trust the other person. But if we're all doing the same thing, we can see it together.
Well, it's charity all the way. And a market trader you can really trust.
Because if you agree, the way the game show works is the other guy didn't say, I'm going to split the money with you. He said, I'm going to take the money, and then I will split it with you. The other guy, he just wants to steal it, you can tell. He just wants the money. He's going to steal. So the only way that you can really assuredly guarantee that the other person is going to hold is by telling him that you're going to steal no matter what. I'm going to steal. I will steal this no matter what. Forcing the other person to hold. And then promising them that you'll split the money with them. It is perfect example of game theory. It's perfect example of game theory. It is so big-brained. It's not even just next level thinking. It's like third level thinking or even fourth level thinking. It goes well beyond what's his next move. It's what's his next move. And then eliminating it. Eliminating their moves and making them defunct. I love it. And it's time for me to go to break. It's time for me to go to break, guys. I will be back at 2 o'clock, and we'll end the power hour today together. And you know what? Whoever had said head and shoulders here, that is not what I would call a head and shoulders, but it certainly acted a little bit like head and shoulders, just a tad. But it's not. It's not what it is. At least I'm not seeing it that way. I don't see it. If I had to guess, I think we're probably just on some kind of like well, let me just check something here. It feels like maybe we're on like just a much bigger ascending parallel channel. Maybe. Maybe we're just on a larger ascending parallel channel. It's rough, but that would still be a bearish move. Regardless of whether this was a head and shoulders or not, this will eventually break out going down. Volume falling and price rising, because you can do a trend channel on this and just see that this is a rising trend. I mean, you don't even really need to see it, but you can see it's a rising price trend with falling volume. And, the price is going to eventually come breaking down. So it will fall outside of this ascending parallel channel. It's just a matter of time. So I'm going to head to break so we can see that upwards movement like we normally do. I love that, James. that that little game show, I've never seen it before in my entire life, but I do like that game theory that happened right there. Because not only, the thing is that if that guy had been playing somebody else, he might have treated it differently. But I think he knew who he was playing against, and he knew he had to treat it that way, which is why it's an entirely different level of thinking. Anyways, I'm out, guys. I will see you at 2 o'clock for the closing hour, our power hour. See you in a bit. Oh, I'm back. I gotta show you guys something. Hopefully you can hear me over the music just fine. Give me a thumbs up, somebody, if you can hear me over the music. All right, cool. Thank you. I want to show you guys something really important here. I think it's important because eventually I knew this kind of thing would come up. I knew that someday somebody would say that I was trying to financially gain off the community. And so I haven't done this for a very good reason. I've told you guys many times, and I know I don't have to prove it to you. I really know those of you who are here know why I'm here. I know you know it deep down inside. I'm different. One second, I'll take you to it. If I can just find out where it is. Oh, I think I know where it is. Okay, thank goodness that music is over because I can't focus when I got music going here. How do I get to my channel? I don't even know how to get to this. Okay, here we go. I found it. This right here. Channel monetization. Channel monetization. I have met full requirements for channel monetization. Every single one of my admins except for one, Jamie, who I've not had a chance to even get with yet because I've been extremely busy. I work on this stuff like nonstop throughout all the time. I had to get rid of the information there. Do you see this? Apply now button here. I've met full requirements to meet monetization. I have not applied. This channel is not monetized. If anybody ever tries to tell you that I'm monetized, I'm not. I'm not monetized. I don't even know what happens if I hit this button. I don't even care what this says. I don't even care. I don't care about this whole process. I don't. I'm not going to do it. Why am I not going to do it? It's important for you guys to be able to trust me more than anything. More than anything, I think it's really super important that you guys can trust me. I won't take donations. I will not monetize. That's the only way I know that you can trust me. It's the only way. It's just absolutely the only way. Why am I saying this? I'm slightly being accused of having something in this, doing what it is that I'm doing here for a reason. And there absolutely is a reason. Why? Because I believe in a community after this is all over. We have shared an experience that changed our lives. I'm going to try to put together a community. It's not something I'm going to try to profit from. I'm going to put together a community that is run by the apes, through the apes, but not actually by the apes. I'm not going to profit from that either. But we need to have a place that we can go to for information from each other as we go through life going forward after this is all over. I'm telling you my plans now because I want you to understand why I need you to have trust in me now. Because if you can't trust me now, how are you going to trust me with your money later? Because I'm not asking for your money. I never will. I'm not going to ask for that. I'm going to ask you to put together a community of people who can rely on each other after this is all said and done. We're going to need it. We are going to 100% need it. And if you don't believe it, you don't have to be a part of it. That's my motives. Those are my only motives. I do not want to profit from this community. I want to see betterness of us all. That's my hopes. That's what I'm cheersing to today. To our future. Us together. That's what it is. Cheers. I know I could. I know I could, Pebbles. I know I totally could monetize and you would still trust me. But I can't. Do you understand? Like you have to understand that like that's the level of trust that occurs when you put money into the situation is lost. Because then there's something there in between us. Something between me and you, and that money is coming from someplace else. No trust, then you can't believe anything that I say. And I need that more than anything. More than anything, I need you to trust me. You never will, Father, I promise. I also said, Father, that I would play something that he had sent me. He sent me a little fun thing that I think you guys would enjoy. So I'm going to play it here in just a minute, but I'm going to go through the numbers. So let's do this. Let's go through the numbers. You know, the hard part is it's difficult for somebody there. I get skepticism. Man, boy, do I get it. I'm probably one of the biggest skeptics out there. Why? Because I'm scientific. I like to test theory. I like to understand why things work the way they work, so I pick it apart. So when somebody comes at me and says, I don't believe you're doing this for free, I don't blame them. I really don't. I get it. I totally get why they wouldn't believe that because who does that? Who does that? Man, when you guys find somebody who's doing something for free because they want to, that's special. Taking it over to the other screen, we're going to look at the numbers. I think I'm invested in this just as much as you guys. What do you think? All right, well, maybe not as much as some of you. I know some of you out there are more invested than I am, but you know, I think I'm pretty invested in this. I like to think so, anyways. I think that's more than anything, and that I have to profit from this is by making everybody else successful. I get to be successful too, and that's probably the best part. I get to help people to help myself. That's great. I love that. Off exchange currently at 51.47%, and the CBOE EDGX is at 12.18. Those numbers, the off exchange, like I said before, those numbers are extremely high compared to what I think we would normally see with SSR being tripped. So I think they're dealing with a lot of buying pressure right now, a lot of stored up buying pressure. It makes me feel like they absolutely had to trip SSR yesterday. Like it was a necessity, an absolute necessity. Now look at the borrow change amount. I just refreshed it. That is a really high borrow amount. So they've been borrowing shares today while creating synthetic naked shorts. Again, things that you don't normally see on the same period of time. Like something happened today. Like they had to like break out the extra beatdown stick. Today you got the extra beatdown stick. 3.1 million shares is how many borrowed an hour ago, or sorry, no, 2.93 million shares was how many were borrowed an hour ago. It's now 3.28. That's going to raise the estimated current short share interest of the free float to 20.97. Really high. Part of the reason why I showed that to you guys too is that there's websites out there that you can pull up that I was pointed out to. There's websites out there that you can pull up that show that, you know, people are making X amount of dollars on a website or on their YouTube channel. It's wrong. Like, I don't make a single cent off of this, and it says that I make money. It's not very much according to the website, but it says I do, which is completely false. So I really don't know how those websites, I think they just kind of say like, okay, well, if they were monetized, this is how much they would be making. I think that's what it's kind of doing, but I'm guesstimating because I have no idea. Wow, guys, the calls moved up. The calls moved way up here. We're back to $18 strike price for the calls with the highest amount of volume. It was 10.9 at 16 an hour ago. It's now $18 with 12.7 thousand contracts. On the puts, we have at a $15 strike price an hour ago was 8.3 thousand contracts, is now 9.7. And so that kind of gives us like an average closing price around perhaps maybe like $16.50. Orders by Fidelity customers. AMC is not in the top 10, nor is GME. Let's see. AMC had kind of slipped a few positions. We've actually slipped all the way down to 22nd. So there's quite a few stocks that have moved up ahead of us as far as orders, order volume. AMC really high though. And our ratio is 68% buys to 32% sales, which is really strong. It slipped a little bit, but it's still very strong. I do not see GME on the list. When Jimmy's shares are locked away, you can't come out to play. Only returns and shares in the last hour. 4.2 thousand contracts are in the money on the calls, and 25.7 thousand contracts are out of the money on the puts. SSR triggers at $13.69, and I don't think we're going to get there. It is triggered from yesterday, though. Boy, I may have said that too early. Maybe I should have waited. NASDAQ is up 1.09 and the Dow Jones is up 0.71 while the S&P 500 is up 0.63. We currently have more advancers than decliners with 4,652 advancers to 2,874 decliners. The VIX is down 7.65, IWM is up 1.93, Tesla is up 4.47, Amazon is down 0.23, Cinemark is up 4.72, Doge is up 0.59, Bitcoin up 1.96, GME is up 5.08, Hood up 3.85, and AMC is up 2%. Checking our outflow versus inflow, we currently have $6 million more in inflow than outflow. I think yesterday was it 7 or 8 million? It might have been 6. It might have been $6 million was our total inflow versus outflow difference. So today kind of wiping out yesterday, but just not enough gains percentage wise to get us back up to where we were, which would have been about $1, a little over $1 more than what we're at right now. But as far as inflow and outflow, recovered. Volume. I suggested 35 is the high for the day today. We're probably going to head over that. I'm almost positive. I think it's going to be a doozy at the end here. Let's see what we got going on for an average pace. Wait a minute. Yep, we're going to hit about 36.5 million shares traded for the day today. And I suggested somewhere between 15 and 35. So I'm going to be just slightly up, but I'm okay with being under. I'd much rather be under than over. On the daily interval, we currently have, just looking at the vortex indicator and the RSI, we have more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 39.51. On the hour interval, more equal amounts of buying and selling pressure with an RSI of 44.7. On a 30-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 48.74. On a 5-minute interval, more selling pressure than buying pressure with an RSI of 41.79. Now this is going to be really difficult for you guys to see on the screen, but I really kind of want to just kind of touch this real quickly. You're probably wondering how do I know there's more buying and selling pressure based off of what I'm seeing on this VIX indicator here? And I'm looking for the angle of attack on the lines. And I'm just it's really super hard to see, but on my computer screen, and you may not be seeing it on yours, I can see different bars of elevation. And so the orange line here has 3, and the green line has 3 as well. So they have equal amounts of buying and selling pressure. This one's probably not as hard to see for you guys maybe, but this is definitely more angle of attack. There's more bars of elevation in the that I can see in the pixelation versus the green bar right here, where it's not quite as elevated. There's only 2 or 3 levels of elevation versus the 8 or 9 levels on the sell pressure side. So that's how I kind of determine whether there's more selling or buying pressure, is which one has more of an angle of attack upwards. So whoever has more pressure upwards than the other gets the call. So in a situation like this one, which is pretty evident, there's more selling pressure than buying pressure because it's the selling side of the market has more pressure. There's more selling going on than there is buying on a 5-minute interval. So hopefully that helps a little bit with you guys, because I do know that sometimes there might be a little confusion as to how I'm coming up with the idea that there's more buying and selling pressure within a certain time interval. And then what I would do is I would when I'm reading through these, so on the daily, I say that there's more selling pressure than buying pressure. As I'm reading through these, I read through 4 different ones, just kind of average it out, right? So the daily has more selling, hourly has equal, so it's a nullifier. The 30-minute has more selling, and the 5-minute has more selling. So 3 out of 4, because one of them was neutral, are saying more selling pressure than buying pressure. Now that's not always the case, and actually it just changed right now on the 5-minute to more buying pressure than selling pressure. So now you got 1 to 3 ratio. Let's see if the 30-minute changed. Yeah, 30 minutes definitely selling. So now it's 3 to 1. 3 time interval indicators are saying that there's more selling pressure, and they're all longer time periods. So the 5-minute interval is saying that there's an immediate change to the direction and price, but the longer period of time from 5 minutes going out to a day are all saying that there's more selling pressure going on. More selling pressure, but yet the price is up 1.78% day over day. Kind of interesting. Let's see what the AMC news is here. And then I'm going to play Father's cut. I think he's going to share with us a moment from the past. Why AMC shares are rising. AMC Entertainment Holdings shares are trading higher by 3.3% at 1572 strength. It is possibly related to recent opening weekend of The Batman. So it does indeed look like we've kind of broken out of the ascending parallel channel. I don't know if I'd really call this a breakout. I mean, it's kind of. I'd be looking for a level of support possibly in the 1520. Let's see, what is this? 1540, 1520 to 1525 range. All right, let's see what you guys are saying here. I can't read what you guys are saying until now. Yeah, Danny. It was. I'm gonna touch on what Danny's saying. Danny's saying, I saw that you posted that tweet. I had that private conversation with Esther, and I was going to keep it private until I saw what Rico had posted. And now there's more people that are jumping onto the bandwagon of we need share dilution. And when I start seeing something that I deem as a systemic risk to our play going forward, I'm going to say something. See something, say something. And so it's at that point, because I would have been completely fine with just having that private message between me and Esther being just private. To my knowledge, just strictly like, okay, this is how you feel about, there not ever being a MOASS. That's fine. They don't have to believe like I do. That's fine. But then when they want to start creating a narrative or spreading a narrative within the general population of apes, that this is the way to do things. We should do this from now on because this is going to work. This is going to work. What do you think most of us are here for? What do you think it's going to work for? You think it's going to work for something that we want, or do you think it's going to work for what you're saying or suggesting? Because he says there was no MOASS and there never will be a MOASS. And that's when I start to disagree and I say, no, enough is enough. I'm going to put out what you said. And that's it. That's how I feel. If you're going to express your opinion to the community and try to convince the community that that's where this is meant to go, then I'm going to tell the community how you feel. I just like that Thick said, damn, I feel sorry for Casey when he gets to look at the chat. Yeah, I'm going to play it. I'm going to play it. I'll play it right now. Give me a second. Jeez. I'll play it. Give me a second here. I just got to pull it up. I think you guys are going to like this. This is fun. I don't know what this. Got this like new little like cloud thing showing up over here. I don't even know what this is. What is this saying? Celebrate International Women. Oh, it's International Women's Day. That's cool. I didn't know that. I didn't even. I didn't know that.
Hello, this is Father, and I made this specifically for Casey Shaw and his band of warriors. 2 weeks. Anyway, so I'm a Wyckofian. I do technical analysis based off of Wyckoff. This is an example of an accumulation schematic.
Oh.
And might do mine a little bit different because I like to use the same beginnings. You have a PS, I call it a PSY, point of preliminary supply. You can mark it up any way you want to, and the reason I mark mine up the same is because I don't know what it's going to be until it starts to form. So when I do, I actually base the schematic off of AMC for my distribution thing, and you can get it off of my Twitter account if you want to. But this is one of the accumulation patterns that happen in AMC, and so I record it. And what you should notice here is the BC, the buying climax, and the selling climax. This is what I really want to go over, what it makes a difference. The strength test too, the ST. So buying climax, selling climax, then the strength test.
Okay, first off, I thought this was something entirely different. No offense, Father. I thought this was something entirely different. I hadn't pre-watched this a little bit first beforehand. So just to let you guys know, because I think I hyped this up as being something funny, and I guess I was under the misunderstanding. This is a 21-minute long video here, so I think what I want to do, Father, is I want to dedicate this to a specific portion of time in the day to cover through this information, because I think this is really crucial information that we need to sit down and just watch. With it being this close to the end of the day, I could do it right now. Let me just I could do it right now. Let me just see what everybody else is saying here. Uh, um, I could do this right now. It's up to you guys. I'll let you guys decide. Do you want to cover this the white coffee in theory? Because I'll tell you what, I definitely have some questions about white coffee in theory. I would really like to have Father come on the channel and we could do like an interview and talk about all the different things and aspects to white coffee in theory. Um, all right, you're down to watch it now? Okay. I'll keep it playing and I'll just stay quiet. Um, I will probably see this is where I would really love to ask. Hopefully Father's still listening. Um, I would like to ask questions to Father, but unfortunately this is where like having like the writing kind of stuff kind of sucks back and forth, but it'd be cooler to like ask like specific questions. Um, but yeah, let's get this played. Let's get this started because 20, 40, yeah, it's gonna put us real close to the last 10 minutes of the day. So I'm actually gonna move my screen off here so I can pull this screen down just a tad bit because you guys don't need to see me while he's covering this, and I can just talk over this. Let me see if I can minimize it just a tad bit. Nope, not gonna let me. All right, that's maybe about as best as I can do. You'll get 2 lines of the order book. Yeah, this will end the day. Look, the one thing I want to say here, guys, more than anything, because I kind of see what you guys are writing here in the channel. Like, I don't remember. Remember, it's about the content, guys. Okay, I'm not trying to attack specific individuals. That's really not what I'm trying to do. And I would prefer if you guys didn't attack the individuals, attack the ideas. There are some people out there that put out great content and they think that they may have discovered something that may help us. And I think that, it's good to have communication and discussions within the community and decide what's right and what's not right. I, I'm not trying to attack the person, okay? More than anything, I want you guys to remember that I'm not here to attack people. Ape, ape, um, apes together strong, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're in this together, and I'm not here to attack people. I'm here to attack ideas. That's it. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and play this as AMC accumulation. Let's give Father the floor.
And then whether or not you want to look at the strength test as fade, it it doesn't matter as much to me as those three, right? So um, so that's accumulation, right? Okay. So that's what the patterns usually look like. It's not like a fundamental rule. The rule that I have, the reason I draw it up is if after making the ST, which is the strength test, that the stock cannot go over the range past BC, the buying climax, and come back below the strength test, right? Any substantial move below the strength test without being distribution. Okay, so let's look at a distribution chart. Now you can find these anywhere on the internet. Just type in Wyckoff distribution. You'll find these everywhere, right? So I use these very similar, write-ups to this with distribution. But what I do is after I mark the straight test, if the next move comes up above it and breaks down below it, then I move my line on the ST over to UT, and then I know it's distribution, and I'm just waiting for the rest of the pattern to play out. Okay, so here's my distribution schematic for AMC, and I've seen I actually have two, one for with a UTAD and one with just an LPSY, and probably been more appropriate to use the LPSY one on this, but anyway, doesn't really matter. I wanted to go over that so you know what I'm looking at. So here we have AMC today, right? We bounced off our support line down here. We do have support down here. We broke a little of it, but we came back up. And we're making somewhat of a distribution-ish pattern today, but I won't go into that. It's the overall schematic I want to look at. So here's where the issue comes in. So when I first started tracking this, I thought this was the buying climax, right? And because it looks like the most obvious. This is how I normally see them. And this was the selling climax, show of strength. Then this would have been the show of weakness. And then this first up thrust here would have been, you know, then this up here should have been our UTAD that came down and crashed, and we kept going down. Did not happen that way. So then I started looking at this, and I was like, oh, you know, this could easily be a PSY. It's hard to find these preliminary supplies and buying climax, right? So I did up this distribution chart based off of that. So I had the buying climax here, this being the preliminary supply, comes down, selling climax, strength test, moved it over to the UT. Well, actually, this would have been more of a UTAD, so, you know, actually, it's above the buying climax. So, yeah, so the UT would be here. This would be an LPSY. I don't have a marked. And then we would be looking for it to drop, right? And this could be possible, right? This could be possible. But then, this is where the buying climax stuff comes into a problem when it's not as obvious. When you're coming up and you start a range like this, it becomes obvious where the buying climax is and the selling climax and, you know, stuff like that, right? It's very obvious usually on a range. But since we came down from this thing, it was like hard to define. So I could be wrong about it being distribution. And well, maybe we can get rid of it. Okay. So I started looking at it like, what if this was the preliminary supply and this was the buying climax? Then we'd actually be in accumulation. And this would just be part of the testing of the bottom. And if we pull it up, it would look like this. This was our buying climax. Came all the way down to our selling climax. We had our strength test. We had our show of strength in phase B. And then we did not break through the buying climax, which would make an accumulation. It has not broke our rule that this will not go up, right? And then we get to here, and we had our test today of this and bounced off. Now, will we have a secondary test, or will it keep going? Now, the only problem with this is I haven't found too many examples of accumulation in AMC. It's just, frankly, one of those things that I've not been able to find. Now let's pull this up. Okay. Well, if you look at the M, that's like just above the strength test in phase B. You look at that M that happens after the strength test. And then you look at this and you start to think, is it just making that little nodule on the way back up to kind of do this creek thing where we move across it? Never really breaking, you know, too high. Could it be that? It's possible, right? So, one thing.
So the one thing that I want to just, you know, because I want to touch on what it is that you guys are saying here, and I completely understand where you guys are coming from, because trust me, I'm kind of skeptical with you guys as well. I'm not the only one who's skeptical about whether or not you can use some old theories in order to use for this. And no offense, Father, it's not. I'm not trying to be offensive. I'm just saying that I think times have changed and there may be some differences here. But I am not willing to not listen to this, because you cannot deny the fact that when you look at this picture right, come on, where's it at? When you look at this picture right here, this accumulation, and you look at what's happening here in this price movement in here, it's very difficult for me to not look at this and where did it go? And not see some similarities in the patterns that are trading. So I think that you need to lend just a little bit of credit to this. These algorithms are definitely working off of old historical known best methods for trading in the stock market. 100%. 100% they definitely use those. Now, does that mean that that's all that they're using? No, 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 no. Nay, nay. Nay, nay, friends. I guarantee you these algorithms are programmed with a plethora of methodologies to be able to trade by and to affect the stock market prices. So, but hear this out, because you might learn something that you didn't know before. Always keep an open mind to new ideas. That's what I try to do. I try to keep an open mind for new ideas. I promise you, I do not close my mind to, so when somebody says something like share dilution, I don't close my mind to it instantly. I say, okay, let's look at it. Let's look at share dilution. Let's see how it's done for us in the past. Let's look at other instances where we've seen it used in the past. Where can we find that it works, and where can we find that it doesn't? Can we prove or disprove? Okay, so look at this information. Listen to it. There might be something here we might learn.
Go back to the past, and I'll show you how much easier it would have been to do in the past. And I don't know the fastest way to get there. Probably just scrolling. Apologize. Don't know why my thing ends there. Maybe it has to be on the 45-minute to pop up. Maybe I'm just losing streaming capabilities. That would be just dandy. Okay. Yeah. So, same logic back here in the day. This would have been a lot easier to read because accumulation is a lot easier to see when you're going up, right? Okay. So, back here, after you got to get this out of your head that we would have came up, started the thing, and this would have been our buying climax, right? Our preliminary supply would have been on here, so we would have marked this as a P as Y. In fact, I'll try to zoom in here if I can. Right, okay. All right. So we would have had our buying climax. We would have had our selling climax here. Or no, actually, it would have been down here. Would have been the selling climax. That's like ultimately where it sold down to when it was coming down, right? Selling climax. Show strength. And then right here, we would have had our ST in phase B. Okay. And you can see what happened once it got up in between the buying climax and the strength test. It started iterating in between the two, and that's what we want to see, right? So that's when we'll know that we're going to leave the zone we're in, is when it starts to do something like this. If we're in accumulation currently. So it would have been nice to had a very simple pattern like this. I was not involved back then. Would have never was on my radar. So anyway, I plan on answering any questions that you guys have about this. Now, could this be distribution? Doesn't have the characteristics of what we had back there. Is because it looks differently when you're coming down from a distribution into an accumulation. It's called reaccumulation. So it's a little bit harder to judge where the preliminary supply is. It could actually be way up here, and this be the buying climax. And when we come up, it's going to bounce in between 21 and 23 for a while. Maybe come up to 23, trade a little bit, come down like we did back there, trade a little bit, and then run, right? I actually could see that happening because there's a liquidity zone there. Won't go into the details because this looks like a, there's several things over here that look like buying climaxes on a level of distribution. And it's just really hard to nail it down. And the reason that I think that it's accumulation is because no matter what, accumulation stays higher on the range without breaking it. While distribution spends most of its time down here at the lower part of the range. And it has little spikes up. I'll go back and kind of show you that. So in accumulation, do you see how there's just the moments where we go down to the bottom and touch? Technically 3 times after we've made our selling climax. On this version, we didn't really touch on the LPSY again, but do you see how like most of the time it's up in the middle, above the middle of the range? Okay. Well, now let's look at the distribution schematic. See how mostly it's down below and it just has these up parts and then it comes back down low and then it has these up parts, but mostly it's down at the lower part of the bottom of the range. It stays pretty close to the bottom most of the time and only has these up thrusts. That's what they call them. That's one key way of, saying, oh, this is different, or this is accumulation, this is distribution. All right. Now, my thought is, to me, it started out where it looked kind of like we were staying, lower on the range. But then, since then, we've pretty much been doing where we just touch, and we're up, touch, and this could be it. This could actually be it. I know, like, the current pattern, I've been watching the daily, but if it'll log up, if it'll pop up for me. I knew that this part here was a distribution. Here's your buying climax, here's your PSY. It obviously did an up thrust here, and it was going to come back down. But if you look, this is actually the bottom of where it needed to finish out its distribution. Now it will come back down here. It should, at least, for this little LPSY thing. But this is where I'll make a decision sometimes, whether it wants to change direction. So this can break either way. I know I hate even saying that. This could break either way tomorrow. And I know it seems like, sometimes the technical things are like, oh, well, there's not, why even do it if you're got the same opinion as everybody else. Well, I mean, at certain points, like, I will know if you know this pattern is supposed to break down to 1530 and can catch, or maybe even here 1540 and can catch and turn around, wouldn't you rather know that that's a possibility than if not? Let's look a little bit closer at this end of the thing, like as if distribution already happened now. definitely has the LPS Y pattern, which usually means distribution, but it can catch itself right here. This is like the point where it would catch itself. And I've seen it catch itself like 4 or 5 times on AMC. And I think it's to fool the shorts. To keep them in the game. They're not selling out until it's too late. And
to add what Father's saying right here, guys, I'm just going to add real quickly that this is what he's got a point here, right? Keep the shorts in this, right? Keep the short positions in this and run it up at the end of the day when it's harder to get their trades out, right? It's harder to close their positions.
They didn't know the whole time it was accumulation, and wow, now we're at brand new numbers that they can't catch up with. Now this comes off as distribution because of a volume analysis. You always look at volume. Where are the high spikes, right? So here you can assume they bought a lot, right? They bought a lot right there, right? And then they moved it up. And did they sell it there or buy more? I think they bought more and felt that they were pushing the price up too much and then kept it going. Now this bar is probably used from the buying they had to do to push it up. And now they're at the top and they don't completely sell off at the top. They bring it down a little and then they sell off coming down, which is a very unusual thing if it's distribution. You want to sell at the highest point. So then when we came up to this part of the distribution, you would expect right here to be the highest spike of the day. This should be the highest spike of volume because they should be selling everything they picked up over here off right here. It's the highest point. They're controlling it, and they should have been selling up here. They did not. Right? Then they bring the stock back down, and when they're down, the volume starts picking back up, which means a lot of buying, right? They didn't just, this big spike of volume here was not from selling off. They could have sold off up here. Why would they sell off down here? So to me, this is all buying. They're going to bring it down like it looks like a distribution pattern. Anyone that's a short might even like show on the, see if I even got those as indicators. I don't. Ever since that damn hack, I don't have anything anymore. Well, you can do an EMA, and shorts use the 200-day moving average and the 20-day moving average. And if it's below both of those, then they're prepared to short as long as the pattern looks the same. So I guess I could do that real fast just to see. I'm curious now. Might as well save that one. So put 2 moving averages on there. Let's see. One moving average. Make that one the 20-day. Right? 20-day moving average. And then I will add another one. Hopefully. Yeah, there it is. I'll make that the 200-day moving average. And yeah, so it's once we drop below these two, see, it's going to give the shorts a false idea that they should start shorting. Right? That's I don't know, there's an extra one in there. I don't know how that got in there. I think it was this one. But it's above the 20-day and above the 200-day, but we're about to drop underneath both, right? Well, at least it appears to me we might. I mean, it's always the possibility that it won't, but anyway, so we drop below both of those. You see it should start dropping down. So you drop below both of those, you should see a big spike come up because the shorts will enter the play. And if my calculations are correct, my analysis, and this is my own opinion, then it'll catch itself, reverse itself, and then as the shorts that just got trapped, they will be getting out of their play. They will be the ones pushing up the price. It's a clever trick. I've seen AMC stock do it many times now, and that's purely technical. Now, I assume at this point I'm with KC being able to answer any questions. So let's go for there. And thank you guys for listening.
Thank you so much for that, AMC Father. I appreciate that. I mean, I think so. So actually, that would be my first question. Stephen was like, "So are we in A, B, C, D, E, F, or G?" Which one are we in? Because I feel like it always feels like it's moving constantly. It's hard to tell. I think one of the big questions that I have about Wyckoff theory is that some people are looking at it from a 15-minute interval and a 30-minute interval, and I feel like if you're going to look at Wyckoff theory, I feel like it really needs to be on like the daily interval. Um, and if you are looking at it from a daily interval, what like how would you draw this out? You know, um, from a daily interval, where are we at in that process? Because I have a hard time seeing it. Good evening, JP. It's getting really close to the end of the day here. Yeah, I definitely have questions, Father. I want to get you on the show, and hopefully you can come on here and we can talk and just kind of discuss some of the things. I guys want you to keep an open mind because, quite frankly, there are some pattern recognitions in Wyckofian theory that can help you. Like every single one of the pieces of technical analysis that we use in this can help us in identifying what's going on with the stock price. And a lot of people say like, well, it's just so heavily manipulated, you can't possibly figure out what's going on. And I think I think there's a little bit of falsehood to that. I really think that we can figure out what's going on, but we have to look at the big pictures. And Father doesn't have to agree with me on this or not, but I think you have to go beyond just Wyckoff. You have to look at a lot of different features and functions. These algorithms are very, very complex. They use a lot of different trading analysis techniques in order to do what it is that they do. And so, in order for us to be able to psychoanalyze or pick apart these algorithms, we really have to take a look at the much bigger picture. If we all want to sit here and just look at AMC every single day and just look at this and say like, this is why this is doing this, nope, it ain't going to cut it. You have to look at everything, and including the entire market. The entire market, you have to understand the intricacies of everything inside the entire market, why stocks are moving the way they are in certain sectors. There's so much to this. There's so much more to this than just looking at patterns. Wyckofian theory will never, ever, ever completely, and this is my opinion, will never, ever completely give you everything that you need to know. It just won't, because there's so much more involved in the stock plays than just pattern analysis. There's wars that break out. There's inflation. There's so many outside factors. I'm just naming off two. It's all my pea brain can come up with off the top of my head. But there's a lot of outside factors that affect stocks on a daily basis. There's interviews. There's psychological warfare going on in the price attacks. Like they attack during when they know that there's going to be interviews happening with people. But it's that time of the day. It's that time of the day. And unfortunately, I have to cut it short. Really, really sad. B phase of accumulation, I think. Awesome. I'm so glad that Father got that out there. It's that time of the day. It's time to wrap this up. So much said. So much said here, and so little time. So much time, so little to say. Reverse that, strike it. You get nothing. It is that time of the day, though. Unfortunately, I do feel bad every single time of the day that it hits this, but eat, sleep, drink, get plenty of rest. Tomorrow's a new day. It's Wednesday. It's usually our toughest day. Be ready for it. There's no SSR. Spend time with your family, spend time with your friends, spend time with your pets, your kids. I don't know. Spend time with somebody. Do something. Get out of the house. But whatever you do, don't have a good day. Have a great day.
T-minus 90 seconds and counting. All systems are go. We're about 90 seconds from the launch of Space Shuttle Discovery. T-minus 60 seconds and counting. We are transferring to orbiter internal power at this time. Discovery is now running off its 3 onboard fuel cells. Coming up on a go for auto sequence start. And we have a go for auto sequence start. Discovery's onboard computers have primary control of all the vehicle's critical functions. T-minus 17 seconds and counting. 15, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, start, 2, 1, booster ignition, and liftoff of the Space Shuttle Discovery, returning to the space station, paving the way for future missions beyond. Guidance now converging. Discovery's onboard computers commanding the main engine nozzles to swivel, aiming the shuttle for its precise target in space for main engine cutoff.
Should have a good forward leg now and estimate.
Dan, you sound good.
Discovery Houston, negative return.
Copy, a negative return.
A storm is loosed upon the sea, whose eye is stained with tears. A wretch hellbound and bent strength of the fearful spheres. The tide it stole away her grace, but depths they wouldn't claim her. Toil begat by father's blood, this path was laid before her. Redemption